still have a little bit left. Give it a sec, let the stream start. YouTube, make sure that I actually have signal. Hello. Whoa. Oh, is quality okay? Or is it just on my end? Oh, there we go. YouTube is go. Twitch is go. Welcome back to another Singe stream. A few minutes after my last one. Yes. Well, we're now doing Vigilo. Since we finished, what the fire casts or whatever, the fire casts, whatever the fuck it was called, the one with the first one with the Reed and Iguana, that one, the Irish dragon story, that one. There. Moving on. But we're now doing this because honestly, I was glancing at the list of story events and such, and in release order, and I noticed one of the icons. I'm like, isn't that this Priestess character I keep hearing about that I have not been spoiled on in any way? Ha 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 ha, laugh, smile. And then I'm like, I should verify this on the wiki. Is that actually Priestess? I'm like, oh, it is Priestess. Oh, fudge. I should play this before I continue further. And maybe, I don't know, maybe another time I'll play through the Calcit, the side story event, whatever it is. I'll go back and play that one too. Maybe. We'll see. I'll play it eventually. I'll probably play all of them eventually. Okay. Now, this, I don't know how, I have no idea how long these cutscenes are. It's gonna be short. They might be like half an hour long each, but we'll find out, or I'll find out with nobody, maybe somebody please watch. Please watch so you can be the cuckold, and I will be fucked by this game. What? Darn strong. Let's go. Spes. I don't remember how to pronounce that. Weather! Columbia City. Really? The Caronto is... Oh. Huh. The name's Dylan. Rhodes Island low-altitude aircraft pilot, and I'm currently running pell-mell around the city. I should be sitting in the cockpit of my aircraft, dick in hand. The only things I should be facing down are turbulence and terrain. Instead, I'm clutching one half of an automatic assault crossbow in my hands. And hell, the first time I heard of this model was earlier this morning. Even just half of it is damned heavy. My palms are all sweaty. If I had to end up in a war zone, I sure as hell shouldn't be on the ground, let alone in some dark alley in Columbia. I just hope to God that my enemy isn't, Dylan, I've got my hands full over here. Can you help a gal out and tell me what it says? I thought, I'm like, isn't this, one of Blaze's pilots, or Blaze's pilot? Did I read that? Fuck it, we're going. I don't have enough time. It says police. The police of Takaranto. Is this fucking Toronto? He started it. But it seems probably not the real deal. A real botch job if I've ever seen one. At least he looked the part. Pretty much the same as the guys up on top of the roof. Earlier this morning. Better than the ones that didn't have a uniform ready. So let me ask this question again. What kind of cops wind their automatic assault crossbows during questioning? Colombian cops. Very funny, you know he's not a cop, at least not the kind we're used to dealing with. I lift my eyes to cast a glance at the black-clad man collapse in the alleyway, and then lower my gaze again to the half-weapon in my hands. It was pointed straight at my chest just a moment ago, but now it's smashed into two pieces. This policeman is unconscious. If Blaze remembered the doctor's instructions when she struck, then she should still be able to cling to life. The Rhodes Island team arrived in Takaranto yesterday. No matter how many times I experience it, this kind of speed always surprises me as a pilot. Rhodes Island is in the process of steaming to the Grand Knight territory. And we've crossed over the entire Western Wastelands by air. The entire Western Wastelands, I say. According to the plan, after Mia and the Doctor finish their business, we'll take the same route back to Rhodes Island. The Grand Knight territory might not have finished its urban subdivision assembly at this time. All I know is Rhodes Island was invited to visit during the Casimiris Major, but I'm in the dark about when and why. But anyway, the sooner we head back, the better. If I wasn't in such a hurry, I wouldn't mind taking a few days off to chill in the metropolis, but after this, I'm not in the mood for that anymore. Are we safe? They just have clones. They're just cloning this medic. They just spit clones out of her out and she's there whenever. No, not until we leave Toronto. Maybe not even until we leave Columbia. Check for me if he's still breathing. It'd be nice if you made sure he kept on breathing. Alright. It's my first time seeing such a powerful automatic crossbow. Are these weapons common in Columbia? It's... Automatic weapons like that are a Colombian specialty. I wonder how the Doctor started. As soon as the raid started, the Doctor and Mia left in a car. No clue if the autopilot system that Closure was fiddling with will work though. What a disaster. Even those two got caught off guard. They're only human after all. Sometimes shit happens. Okay, yeah, whatever. We took over the hotel and seized all the drug samples we kept behind. Whatever, we can worry about that later. We've got to think of a way to get out of the city safely first. Lost everything, but you are still not standing by my side. Then what has it all been for? Just to leave the faintest sliver of hope. But hope? Hope? Don't you know, hope is a cruel thing indeed. When you realize it can't be undone, when you realize you are powerless, when you find yourself nothing but desperate, hope is enough to drive a perfectly good person mad. But, not to say something, but you can't move your body. You seem to be drifting in the void. Everything before your eyes so familiar, and yet so distant. These are part of your memories, floating alongside you like fragments. Like this, you continue to drift with your ceaseless thoughts, watching the familiar woman before you gradually fade away. You open your eyes, and before you stretch an endless rocky desert, you see a strange, ugly iron bucket helmet. The peculiar man seems to be looking your way, but you cannot see his expression through that rough bucket helmet. The Priestess. I've heard the bits I've been spoiled on are something about has something to do with the protocol space, or what they call protocol space in Enfield, and sucking everyone in there, or some, I don't know what the fuck. It's really unclear. And that she was partners of some kind with the Doctor previously. Weather. Casper Wildland. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, friend. Voice. Can you talk? You. Who are you? Where am I? Friend awakens, little rabbit. Doctor. You feel someone tightly embrace your waist. Before experiencing this warm embrace, the cold hard touch of the rocks behind you and the throbbing pain in your head remind you that all is not well. I'm so glad you're awake. I don't know what I'd do if you didn't wake up. How are you feeling? Does it hurt anymore? I'm fine, just my head hurts a little. Your head hurts. Did you hit it? Let me have a look. Worry not, little rabbit. There's nothing wrong with this doctor, at least not physically. On a spiritual level, however, one cannot say. You're mumbling a great deal in your slump, but before you complain, I did not listen closely. Who are you? Pardon me for not introducing myself. As you can see, I am a merchant. You can call me Cannot, or Mr. Good Enough. Should you prefer that instead? To be honest, friend, that display you put on earlier was simply too exhilarating. It's not every day one sees someone performing original arts while flying off a cliff. Most excellent show indeed. There might have been a problem with Closure's autopilot system. This should be Columbia's eastern wastelands. That is correct, little rabbit. This is Casper Wildland, and you two are quite fortunate. Fortunate. Yes, quite fortunate indeed. 2 kilometers. This is the part where it's wrong. If Colombia is based on America, they would never use kilometers. And I know they might have, maybe they amalgamated some of Canada into there, but wrong. 2 kilometers further south is Poisonous Swamp, and had your car gotten stuck in that, good luck getting it out. How dealers are doing. Taylor operates split off on their own. I'm sure Blaze is taking good care of them. But we can't get a hold of them or any other branch offices. We're about to communicate. We left it on the bad guy. Let's just communicate it. We didn't even have time to pack food or water. Sounds like a desperate situation indeed, friends. There's always a way. If you don't mind, might as well. I'm quite familiar with this area. I can show you the nearest messenger outpost where. Should all go well, you'll be able to contact your friends. Who attacked us? Excellent question indeed. The only ones who can answer that question are no longer able to speak. Bucket-headed man points to the nearby cliff. For a unique-looking armed vehicle is emitting a thick black smoke. By looks of things, it's been wrecked for quite some time. Mercenaries, they've been chasing us ever since we left the city. Dedicated to their job, dedicated to the point of giving up their own lives. To be frank, Colombian mercenaries range from fearless to useless, and the ones with the resources to hire such dedicated mercenaries can be counted on one hand. They seem to have taken quite an interest in you, friends. How exactly did you offend the great Mogul? So is them. So, Miss Mia, are you really unwilling to consider y'all? In Colombia, you'll be hard-pressed to find a more suitable partner than Mama John's. Provide favorable terms to Rhodes Island drug sales. Thank you for your generosity, but we're only here for technical exchange. Rhodes Island has no plans on a deeper level of commercial cooperation. And oripathy analgesics we brought are still undergoing trials. These are more proof of concept than finished product. The process of researching and developing oripathy treatments is long and complicated, and in those areas, we still have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Many opportunities for cooperation in the future. We planned this from the very beginning. Should get in contact with the police first. The police. Friend, you don't seem to understand where you are. Ronald Jones is the largest firm in Toronto. The chief police boasts of his connections to their corporate leadership in order to display his status. I suggest you change your mind. The fact that they dared steal your goods in the urban core means that from the beginning they never thought anything of you. It's all my fault. I bought into their talk. No, I'm responsible, yeah, I should have known. Mr. Goody? What is it, Miss Rabbit? You just said you could take us through the wastelands, right? I did, Miss Rabbit. How do you plan to do that? Were you a catastrophe messenger? That is nothing you need to concern yourself with. I've applied my trade in wastelands for many years, and that has given me a knack for avoiding catastrophes. Of course, I do ask for a small guide fee. 2 refined version of ingots in this case. Not too much to ask from such a situation, yes? I only have Colombian gold certificates, and I won't be able to pay until I get in touch with our ship. Is that alright? No problem, my friend. Doctor, what do you think? We could also figure a way back in the city to meet up with Blaze and the others. It's too dangerous, but you don't have a choice. That is scarcely the case. We always have many choices at any point in our lives, but of course, we tend to pick the best one from the available options. I hope we can have a fruitful relationship in the coming days. Of course, my friend. Plus, this will be the most enjoyable journey. Five hours later. As I said, bandits are not the biggest threat in the wastelands. I once knew the most courageous local, even. Doctor, give me your hand. Dude, bro. How many hills have we crossed? This is only the second one, Doctor. Stay silent, gasp before. Doctor, sit down here for a minute. Friend, at your speed, we'll be on the road for at least another whole day. The doctor might not be able to maintain such a brisk pace. You can slow down a touch, but I think I would go a bit slower. Even as a merchant of wastelands, there's a limit to the amount of food and water I can carry on. If we slow down too much, we'll inevitably run into a supply shortage. How's the case, Mr. Cannon? Is there a forest nearby? I've heard an oasis in the places of eastern Colombia. There is. What use is it? Both wastelands and dark mountain paths. A tongue of flame consumes dry branches, and the sound of wooden spoon tapping against a bowl echoes across the canyon with the Mia's humming. These vegetables, as well as these mushrooms here, are pretty much all edible as long as they're cooked through. This kind is slightly toxic, but can still be eaten in an emergency. Giving you more credit, Mr. Abbott. To be honest, most friends from the nomadic cities have no sense of how to survive in the wilds. Many I know never once stepped foot in the wastelands. I see that you have been a decent survivalist skill set. Where are you from? Rimbilton? Not be surprised if you're from Rimbilton. Actually, the doctor taught me all this a few days ago. Huh, I did? Yes, back then. Doctor, are these edible? These vegetables, as well as these mushrooms here, are pretty much all edible as long as they're cooked through. Those were trying times, horrifying times. They're also good times. It seems that something is stirring in the back of your mind, but it gradually blurs out. I try to recall the scene again, but the vague memory is like bubbles that occasionally rise to the water's surface and only disappear just as quickly. Doctor, is this something that happened before then? It's nothing. It happened a few years ago. It just doesn't matter if you can't remember. She lowers her head and continues to stir the bowl. The smile on her face seems somewhat lonely. Ahem. I must also say, this was the most prudent location to make camp. Even though we've made our fight, our position is not easy to check. Bandits around you. Bandits, bounty hunters, and countless rust hammers. There's no shortage of annoyances in this land. Rust hammer. I've heard the name before. They're a group of vicious marauders, right? The description would be not be a very rigorous one. Rust hammer is a loose organization. It is made up of various smaller groups. For example, there's Fiend's Gang, made up of sarcasm, and also a group of strange folks who worship catastrophes as god. I think they're called followers of the Arcosoria or something. Worship catastrophes. Followers of Arcosoria. What a crazy bunch. I heard something about a Rust Hammer gang in Sargon that calls themselves Arcosoria Devils. They seem to be searching for an Arcosoria war god with massive horns on its head. An operator from Colombia once told me that Rust Hammer used to be just a few small scattered groups. Over the past few years, though, their numbers have greatly increased, stretching over mountains of verses to the wastelands of Colombia. The world is not a peaceful one, friend, and the wastelands is no exception. You will encounter all sorts of strange people and strange occurrences, but you will adapt. Hey doctor, dinner's ready. Thank you, Amiya. Very good. What a heartfelt scene of intimacy. Whoa, what are you saying? What are you saying? Get the gun, you gotta shoot this guy. Mr. Cannon. Ahem, I am simply Justin. My apologies. Please not take it seriously. They're parent and daughter, how dare you. At this rate, you will lose everything. You will be alone with puppy. Is it worth it? Loneliness is a poison that erodes the mind. How much do you think you can withstand? By the time you awaken, will there be no kin at your side? Nobody will recognize your sacrifice, let alone remember. It is the future you look forward to. This is the future you look forward to. Click. Now. You wake up. Bam. Crimson glow spills forth from the distant horizon, and darkness led to humanity by the shadow moon gradually ebbs. Frigid wind gnaws at your cheeks as it blows across your face, and the land of Terra once again ushers in a new dawn. You're up very early, friend. Morning air is refreshing. Where's the little rabbit? Is she not awake yet? Let her rest a bit longer. What are you doing? Short-tailed fowl beasts don't have much meat, but they can suffice as breakfast. It's a specialty of the Colombian wastelands. Worry not, it's free of charge. A new day comes to Terra, and the situation has not changed as far as I can tell. Nevertheless, good morning, friend. We were talking in your sleep last night. Your mental state seemed a bit unstable, to be careful. What did you hear? I'm a trustworthy person. I don't go on my way to listen, let alone remember anything. Plus, you were only mumbling. Couldn't really hear anything clearly. But every night, the little rabbit is very concerned about your sleep talk. Pardon me for being nosy, but after all the chatting we've done on our journey, it is hard to not take certain impressions. Have you lost your memories or something of that sort? I see. If some sort of secret, let's say I never asked. It is an uncouth question indeed. I ask out of simple curiosity. Some things happened to me. I lost all my memories. Maybe most of them. Occasionally I'll recall some of them, just tiny fragments. Only on occasion, only a few rare times. And I have a vague idea what's going on. Suppose your memory is a spread out newspaper, and now someone has spilled a bucket of paint on it. You can only see bits and pieces of the content through the gaps in the paint, so you can't grasp the full picture of that content. Seems like a pretty good description of my experiences. I'm a stranger to myself. Sounds like something that defies all words, friend. But I'm no psychiatrist, and there's not much I can do for you. Sometimes I even find myself thinking about the kind of person I was before all this. I don't know who I am. I can only piece myself together from the words of others. That's not important, friend. Our existence is often based on how others perceive us. The sum of yourself is but the feedback of auditory, visual, and emotional interaction with others. It doesn't matter what kind of person you are. From a social point of view, it should be clear what kind of person others need you to be. The only tricks that could help me get my memories back as soon as possible. I do, but I can't recommend it. Let me think of how to put this. Our lives are like an elastic belt. You can stretch it out one side, and the other side will contract. If you want to restore your memories quickly, you'll have to endure many unimaginable consequences. A flint head of yours might not withstand such a tussle, but this only applies to the most common forms of amnesia. Whether for your own sake or for that of the little bunny who you value so much, I recommend just taking things easy. By the way, cool out itself. Doctor, good morning. Morning, Mia. I'll leave you to it then. I'm gonna go fetch some firewood. Mia stands beside you quietly, watching the sun rising in the distance. There we go, better. Rays of light are slowly melting cold tones of the wasteland. Every piece of rocky desert dyed by the gradual rising sun. What'd you say about the sun? Perhaps you have never set foot upon this land, but in the corner of Terra's vast domain, you once wandered with me. You once left your footprints on this sparsely populated road. Could have been your impression, a fragment of memory. The truth is, this is a story Calcite told you. In the cold wind of early morning, you rack your brain trying to find a tangible thread within your hazy memory. The light of daybreak, cold wind of the wastelands, you and Amina and you. You can remember, and yet you cannot remember. Amina takes hold of your hand. Doctor, are you okay? I'm fine. Remember it was around the same time we spent our first night in the wastelands and watched the sun rise over the horizon, just like this. He asked me a bunch of weird questions. Of course, all that happened years ago, but it seems like it was just yesterday. Sorry, one second. Sorry, Amia, It's okay, Doctor. As long as you're here, one day things will get better. Next day. Weather. Messenger outpost. Several huge engineering vehicles and armed off-road transports make a circular formation on the rocky barren expanse surrounding several makeshift sheds. The noisy din of generators and the roaring of running Argillian bulls can be heard near and far, intermingled with loud conversations of travelers and messengers. Messengers outpost, an oasis of civilization beyond the ecological oasis of the wastelands. Your destination. Finally, we arrive safely at this post. We didn't encounter any major difficulties on our journey, nor did a catastrophe befall us. You are quite lucky indeed, friend. Third car on the left is Messenger Contact Station. You might be able to contact your group there. Messenger rates here are pretty good. But the room over there has the logo of Mama Johnson. Are you sure it's fine? As long as you keep a low profile and don't cause any trouble, there won't be any problems. This is a messenger office after all. Even in Colombia, few companies will go out of the way to go on Messenger's bad side. Doctor, wait here for me. I don't stand out as much as you, so I'll head down to the Messenger Contact Station. Mr. Count, can I trouble you to stay with the doctor for a while? I'll be right back. Don't worry, little rabbit. I'm good at hiding people from prying eyes. There won't be any problems. Well, that's right. Look at those armed vehicles over. Do you see those anti-armor turrets? Trust me, it's pretty safe here. Here, have a sip. Specialty from an old full microbrew. Give it a try. Is this beer? Indeed, I've heard the owner of this microbrew is infected. Unexpected, yes. Even among Colombia's pioneers, there are few who can accomplish this much. This is not the time to drink and make merry. Fair enough. Why don't we go relax over there and listen to the news? You know, the very best thing about Colombia is that they provide radio base stations for all the wasteland outposts. You can hear the news on the radio from just about anywhere. Almost all cities, intercity broadcasting, decision to cover the wilderness, with base stations is unique and terrible. Take it all in, and treat it like sightseeing. The armed conflict that occurred in the northern district of Tacoronto has gradually subsided. On site, police found evidence of a large-scale possible shootout, but have not apprehended any suspects. Tacoronto police announced that one of the parties involved in the conflict has ties to a foreign company, Rhode Island. The specifics of the organization are not known at this time. Some sources note that this foreign company has certain commercial conflicts with the local firm, but a spokesperson of this local business declined to comment on the matter. The police believe that this may have been a terrorist attack on Tacoronto, and the specifics of this armed conflict are pending further investigation. Doctor. You're back, little rabbit. People at the messenger contact station didn't come to work until 3 past noon, so I'll have to wait. The news just now. It sounds like your people are withdrawn successfully. This is a good thing. The Mama John's is probably got what it came. As for her. Corporate intrigue here reminds me of Casimir's. Something like this is a routine operation in Colombia. That bunch moved quickly and wiped their asses in hands. Left all on their friend. Leave this place soon enough, and it's too late to manage this problem now. Just be more mindful about it next time. Get out of a batch of semi-finished medical samples. Very well. Seems like you've made up your mind. Are you familiar with Colombia's business market? How many times have you dealt with them in the past? Rhode Island has some simple dealings with few Colombian technology. I'm sure simple dealings are decently good on the surface. My friend, doubly indecent parts are not often placed on the table very honestly. Come then, I'll take you someplace you can see something fun. Next. Hello, I need this month's dose. Sure, let's take a look. Mr. Davis. Oh yes, I saw your application. You've been a model employee this month. Here's your monthly medication ration. Thank you. Will it be possible to get next month's dose in advance? My wife is in pretty bad shape lately and I need... Mr. Dave, according to company regulations, we are unable to provide any medications in advance. Thank you for your understanding. As you know, we will always prepare additional medications for commercial sale and can always go next door to purchase more homeopathy supplements. But, company regulations, Mr. Dave, thank you for your understanding. Next. What is this place? Shh, hush. This is the Frontier Department of Mama John's. Keep a low profile. Seeing out my vacation, be infected. In Colombia, many things operate in a way unlike anywhere elsewhere in Terra. For example, consider the wasteland pioneers, lifeblood of Colombia's westward expansion. Writers of Colombia's wilderness stories, the protagonists of the Colombian dream. They sign a contract with Mama John's and open up land in barren wastelands, establishing residential areas for Colombia and its companies. Depending on how things work, companies will also provide them with medicine and supplies, a sort of wage. Here, take this. Solid and liquid components are packaged separately. This is the medicine to distribute. This is the medication that they give to the infected. You're the expert here. I doubt you need me to explain. This is not an orpathic suppressant. Of course not. You know better than me. This half is a generic painkiller, and the other half is a nutrient solution. Why? Not a question of why, don't you see? They don't need to sell real suppressants. These pioneers, infected from all over the world, never really seen a real orpathic. These things can't actually suppress orpathy itself. They can relieve the symptoms of the disease. The product of Mama John's work. It works quickly, and that's enough. Also, suppressant is unitarian, and naturally they wouldn't know. Since they make painkillers, they don't need to make real suppressants. Why do you care about our technology? This story would be even more interesting. Did you know, before Mama John's became a big name, they were a donut chain. How could they have mastered the technology to produce drugs? All their pharmaceutical production lines are purchased from other companies such as Beachbella, Tower Mountain's Rhine Lab. Now they sell painkillers, suppressants, and make so much money. Do you think other pharmaceutical companies will sleep on their hands? They've been thoroughly beaten down by other companies. They're also learning the whole. This time, they decided to directly come off their partner, something that is distinctly colonial. With your batch of supplies in hand, I suspect the landscape for allergic drug will change soon. The more efficacious drug with a stronger analgesic will convince more people that this is in fact an orpathy suppressant. How can that be allowed? Those silent samples are not orpathy suppressants at all. The samples haven't been tested for safety yet. They might have serious side effects. We haven't. Let me tell you what will happen next. Homo Jones will use your technology to make more and more suppressants at low cost. Of course, those poor pioneers will become the guinea pigs. Will they die? Let me tell you the truth. Even with Homo Jones, they will still die. Columbia's front lines have been bought with blood and ironing. Their life expectancy is not long regardless. But those who remain, those whose lives are not claimed while paving the wilderness, are even more likely to work for them in exchange for so-called suppressants. It's medication for some short-term pain relief. Maybe you can even buy them from tax relievers. Then the newspaper come across Colombia's major cities will publish headline after headline of the great achievements right to the front page. Now John strides into pharmaceuticals, bringing new hope to the impeccable. As for the truth, it is not as important compared to the actual happiness in the analgesics. Of course, you can tell those poor people these drugs you're taking can't actually cure oropathy. It can best be regarded as expensive painkillers and placebos, and then what? You keep telling the truth, saying that even the best suppressants can't bring back their completely normal lives, and they will continue to be accompanied by sickness and pain until they die? Also, the workout. Rhodes Island indeed stands for bleeding as it is world. So you know the truth. This is the truth they can stomach. And this is Colombia, my friend. Nothing will change, and everything makes sense. People come to Colombia with hope, Great Valley with hope, and die with hope. We can't just sit around and watch them use Rhodes Island too. See, this is very practical. You cannot save it. Nobody can save it. Not to mention, it is more difficult even to protect yourselves now. The infected will harbor hope in their hearts. Hope never existed in the first place. And for you, and you know this better than me. You should contact your people sooner rather than later and find a way to get back. You're right, Mr. Cannon. Doctor. I know this hope is a cruel thing indeed. When you realize it can't be undone, when you realize you have powers, and you find yourself nothing but desperate. Hope is enough to drive a perfectly good person mad. People believe what they want to believe, and it makes them feel much better. You look back at Mia, who watch your ears slowly droop, her eyes fill with sadness, and stained with helplessness. The two of you have seen much, but you both will see more. You both understand all this, and in fact, there is no need for the wasteland merchant to explain it again. In the distance, along the border between the wastelands and the sky, the sun slowly sinks. Day is about to draw to an end in Terra's wasteland, the light is about to fade, and the twin moons will soon take their place in the sky. The sun will still rise tomorrow, but not every infected will see the coming dawn. Even if there are enough drugs to suppress orpathy in this place, it is too late for so many more. Nothing will change. Nothing will change. Mr. Camelot. Even if hope continue to bring us pain, I still think it's worth it. We give up hope. What is the meaning of everything we've had to endure? Doctor. Oh, quite the rousing speech, friend. You did not convince me. We will find it hard to do so, but I feel the sincerity of your emotions. I feel like you still refuse to bow to reality, despite having seen it. To be honest, you already embarrassed yourselves. Let's put that speech aside for now. I know you two are very particular people, so I will also pose a very practical question. I'm quite curious. What will you do next? You've already arrived at messenger outpost at the border. Will you be leaving this place soon? You plan to turn around and head back? What then? To be frank, my friend, unless you have some way of getting your things back from them, you have a very hard time resolving these matters. Will you charge them single-handedly with all guns blazing? Shall I lend you a burden beast so you can look like the hero of the Veil from the indigenous Colombian people's folktale? Oh, I almost forgot. You can't fight. Mr. Canna, please don't say that about the dog. No, yeah, he's right. Sometimes we don't necessarily need to use force. In the sound of things, you plan to appeal to reason. Four days later, 4 p.m. Clear. Colombian detention. Alright, you can leave now. Thank you very much. Doctor! It went well, Amian. Don't do that again. I was really worried sick. Went to jail. You played your character quite well, my friend. Very clever. I'm glad that the little extrusion it took you on was not in vain. Nor was me waiting out here a few days. I really did underestimate you. But I'm a bit scared of you now, my friend. It was a compliment. I still don't understand what happened. Simply stated, our clever friend here voluntarily surrendered to the Colombian Customs and Border Protection, saying that your company had smuggled a batch of oropathy-related drugs into Colombia. If you know anything about Colombian law, you should know that oropathy-related drugs are most strictly regulated medical products. The company that lobbied to implement this law in the past spent a lot of efforts to monopolize the drug market in Colombia. The information provided by our friend here definitely alarmed the Colombia Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Unit, and Originating, and they certainly aren't easy to deal with. Per protocol, the Bureau's security forces went there in no time and seized all the items in the smuggled product trade. But we have complete contracts and records of our cooperation with them, which should be easy to find. Aha, that's the important part. Miss Rabbit, when they chose to attack you, they had no intention of leaving any footprints. They have destroyed all evidence of this cooperation, and nothing would match up to investigate. So what kind of situation will prevent a company from leaving behind any evidence of a transaction? What else but shady business? So it was the Colombian government that seizes all the sand. According to law, they will destroy smuggled goods, and then there's nothing after that. Mama John's is pretty much omnipotent around here, but if the scope extends to cover all of Colombia, Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts and Origin, their name might be a mouthful, but they have some competent people, and they're watching closely. ATAU. Oh, yeah, I don't know some word. And they'll be watching closely. I understand now, but even with that being the case, why would Silent have a back and record? Ha, this is Colombia after all. There's not a company out there with perfectly piped grill. Pay a fine, sign off on a ticket, and it won't be long until people forget about it. Perhaps people might have stopped caring already. After all, in order to cover their ass, Mama John's might have inadvertently given Rhodes Island its best cover. And in case the Bureau really came for Rhodes Island, they would be the ones in trouble. Of course, your doctor did spend 3 days in the Bureau's detention room, which has its own price. It's hard for me to evaluate this move, Doctor. Dr. Kelsey is going to be mad. As she will be, but if there's anything I know about it, I wouldn't mouth off like that if I were you. Oh please, the gang's all here. The well-built feline operator is looking for you with eyes of hopes. Doctor, you caused a real big uproar this time. Fines, fees, jail time, and even the Colombian government investigating illegitimate business practice. I had no clue how you managed to sort it all out. I almost had to call Dr. Kelsey myself. How the hell are you going to explain all this to her when you get back? Begged for mercy. Doctor, please don't ever take a gamble like this in the future. We could contact the ship and wait for support. Besides, Rhode Island actually has a contingency plan for dealing with situations like this. At least a trip to the Wasteland was fun, wasn't it? Fun? I suppose. Just a little. Doctor, don't change the subject. After you get back, you have to tell the whole truth to Dr. Kelsey. I'll help you with the report. Okay. I suppose it is time to part ways, my friend. As I said before, our journey together was most enjoyable. Yes, it definitely was. Thank you, Mr. Cano. I do believe we'll meet again in the near future. Until then, I wish you good health. See you later. What was that? Give me a sense that there's something else under that nice front of his. Doctor? Something I'd like to ask you. Back then, you said you needed Mr. Cano to do a little favor. What was it? 3 days ago. Weather. No more wasting. You're a real crazy one, friend. That's a rather destructive trick you got there. What can you my help with? Though I don't want to use force, I still want to keep the option open. I'd like your people to protect the Mia until she's safe. Boy, hold up, easy now. What do you mean by my people? Mr. Cano, I hope you can at least be honest with me now. The strange man have gone silent, but he can't show his expression until under the thick buckle. However, you feel this silence harbors neither anger nor dissatisfaction. Well done, Miss Dr. Singe. I thought my friends did a good job concealing themselves. This whole time, I took you for an intelligent but overly sentimental person. But truly, you are full of surprise. Well done, Dr. Singe. Of course, I can help you with your little favor, but I believe it was that with Miss Amia's skills, she won't really need my help. Business is business, and what can you offer me? I'll turn a blind eye to the documents you took from our car. How does that sound to you? Uh-huh. Beautifully played, friend. It's a deal. If everything goes well, we will see you in 3 days. Of course, my friend. I wish you the best of luck. Alright, you can come out now. You alone. Sit over. Not quite. The upcoming show should be quite entertaining. Sounds extremely dangerous. We shouldn't let him go. He'd come up against that Rosanna. What should we help him? You know me. This is an organization like theirs is good for us. The longer such people live, the more interesting this world will become. Let's go, friends. We'll still have a lot of work. You guys take a break. I'll be back. Well, not monsters. back. I'm gonna stare at internet stuff for a bit, and then we'll get back to continuing the story. That is it. Oh boy, maintenance I start on Mike side. I whoopsie. He's okay. Close. If there's a new Musan Pro, even if it's like only a minute, excuse me while I watch that. Why is it styled like Fox News? Excuse me, oh my god. Alright, we continue. My brain is recalibrated mostly, and my throat is slightly less so. Jaren, nice and good. Weather. What time is it? Okay, not time to bite down yet. Rhodes Island landship. Medical cabin. Where's my weed, Calcit? Where's my weed? What? Remove the electrodes. Your head feels hot and distant. Not good. You'll feel better after a quick rest. Dr. Singe, I've scanned your brain 7 times over. Past month or so, and the results are always the same. Potato. Nothing wrong with your temporal lobe. And the neurons in other brain areas are as active as they are in most young people. Meaning you don't need to come back to medical for these unpleasant tests a lot. And what's wrong with my memory? There's no doubt you've lost a lot of your memory. Even someone like you won't be able to manipulate the results. Those memories are episodic, chiefly concerning the subject awareness of your identity, and even more so about all your experiences before you fall asleep and turn a box of problems. In contrast, your procedural memory has recovered extremely quickly. From my reports, or Mia's and Dalman's observation, this conclusion is clear. Your ability to command, as exhibited during Turnobog incident, is not significantly worse than before. In other words, I'm still useful. To Rhodes Island, you are far more than just useful. Even if you truly lost all your memories and became an ignorant bystander, Mia would not have regretted saving you, and there would always be a place for you at Rhodes Island. In any case, I believe the skills you possess will play just as key a role as they did in the past. I want to be able to help you. I know. I've seen how hard you can work. After leaving London, we've been making our way through the wastelands for some time. Operators need an opportunity to rest, and Mia in particular. Likewise, you also need a chance to catch your breath, don't you? I don't want to stop you. With PRTS to help you, it won't take long for you to adapt to your work at Rhodes Island. However, I don't want you to push yourself. Rhodes Island is not the only thing that has just emerged from a terrible disaster. You have as well, Dr. Singe. Your physical indicators have more or less returned to normal, but your memory is still damaged, and your mental state is unstable. As a patient, overwork can only harm you. Mia is also a patient. Mia knows you're concerned about her, and she's been paying more attention to her health lately. I have no choice but to admit, there are some areas in which your words hold more weight than mine. Dr. Singe, in the span of 1 short month, you've taken over the staffing of several departments on the ship. In addition, I've seen you reviewing past battles together with combat operators to further explore the possibilities of tactical optimization. You've even been reading during this entire examination. Are you looking at the briefing submitted by the new operator who just reported a few days ago? Furthermore, I've seen your notes. Those records about even the most trivial operator details, those flashes of tactical inspiration. Those calculations for determining Rhodes Island's business efficiency, and even those scrawls that can't make any sense. Those are all evidence that you're committed to your duty. Although most of these tasks can be completed with the assistance of PRTS, I think this is your preferred method. My way of organizing thoughts. As the sense of your notes increases, your cognition also improves. All of your abilities are recovering rapidly, not only due to your retention of your procedural memory, also due to your extraordinary efforts. Conscious exercise will help bring your brain back more quickly than back to your pre-comatose state. Maybe even bring back your memory faster than expected. Allow me to recover as quickly as possible. I am your doctor. There is not a doctor out there who does not wish for a quick recovery of a patient. That said, if you end up collapsing due to work, you'll disrupt Mia's condition as well. I see. You do care about me. These sentiments of yours that occasionally leak through are quite unlike the passenger. While this is rather intriguing, I am the object of your feelings. Let's just say, with no need of that. Would you make times for that ensuring your physical and mental well-being has always been one of my duties. So yes, even here, I still care about it, even without a plan. Alright, today's exam is over. As I said, you don't need to report back here at the same time next week. The regular morning and evening checkups will continue for a while. Nancy too will look after you for now. If you find that your physical condition does not support your continued work, you must immediately return to life. As for now, you may return to your work, Doctor. Weather... Roadside on land ship, probably outside the bridge. Priestess, what brings you here? I updated the geological monitoring report I submitted this morning. Make adjustments so soon? That's unlikely. Numbers change quickly. It made me miss my afternoon nap. Forward report to your team leader. My recommendations are at the bottom. Sure, strong winds warning, is it? That's no problem. Engineering department strengthening the storm shutters 2 days in advance. And logistics notified everyone to stay away from the at-risk deck areas. That's not all. Keep reading. Huh. There might be a strong windstorm ahead of our route. Should we slow down and make a detour? How dangerous is this windstorm we're talking about here? I don't know. I looked at the anomalies in the data and made my best call. All I know for sure is that there's more than one cyclone forming ahead. It's far more intense than anyone would expect. Sounds pretty vague. We set our route a month ago. It's already been approved. We're looking at a big mess if we change it on the fly. You were in that meeting, right? You chose a route for its super low risk profile. For the last decade, caravans from Lungmen and Lipinian have been back and forth over this route dozens of times. Yes, in theory we avoided the catastrophe-prone areas, and the probability of encountering one is low. But we're also not sure. The bosses want us far away from Ursus and Lungmen as soon as possible. Whatever, I just need to make sure you got my warning. Deciding what to do with it is not my job description. That's up to you. Settle down, Expert. Without protocols, notify the team leader and we'll discuss. There's no time for it. Huh? Doctor, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in your office? I was going up to the bridge. Now that's some coincidence. If you're taking the report, aren't you going to explain the situation to our team leader in person? The windstorm is right in front of us. You'll notice soon enough. What? Is that serious? Well, that's not good. Doctor, you'll believe me. I believe in my offer. I'll go to the bridge with you. I'll continue up to the situation in real time and report to you in a minute. Good. That's the best option. It's within the scope of my duties. Weather... Roadside on land ship bridge. Warning, wind speed is increasing rapidly. At these numbers, our visibility is going to fall under 1 kilometer within a few minutes. We turn on the assisted driving function for Sandstorm Road. We've had it on for a while. It was part of the itinerary. But in the end, this might not be an ordinary sandstorm. My god. What is it, Pavel? Sensors detecting thunderstorm clouds ahead. Open the PA and tell the whole ship that Roadside will pass through a thunderstorm shortly, and raise alert level by 1. Central Command personnel, slow us down right now. Ugh, we're rocking a lot. What's the situation? Pressure on the hull side panels is skyrocketing. 70% of the bottommost storm shutters have been damaged and are basically failing. Also, multiple abnormal heat sources detected near the hull. Energy amplitude approaching critical threshold. Does this mean? Yes, it's a catastrophe. Oh, Dr. Singe, how can this be? This is supercell. Right. Alright, I got it. All hands, activate Code Red Catastrophe Alert. Evacuate all personnel on the deck first. Bridge excluded. Gather all non-engineering personnel from the 2nd to 6th levels in the central area for safety. Central Control. Maintain minimum speed cruising. Navigation. How long will this desert thunderstorm last? The sudden onset storms usually pass within an hour or two. It's hard to say for sure. Dr. Earthspirit? Earthspirit, you're announced. Yes, Doctor. Mr. Powell, the doctor gave you the report I can clear now. Multiple snow cyclones within 2 kilometers. This doesn't bode well. This catastrophe is no ordinary desert thunderstorm. We could be looking at a maximum strength windstorm. Can I borrow one of your sensors on the bridge? Of course, I should have seen it myself. It's alright, Mr. Powell. This is an extremely abnormal phenomenon well beyond the scope of normal catastrophe prediction. An experienced catastrophe messenger would have some trouble spotting all the signs. If not for the doctor's assistance, I would have treated the outliers as errors and lost it. Still time to move things in the right direction. Doctor, let me out. The small cyclone ahead are converging and intensifying. In other words, the core of the multi-cyclone vortex is about to generate. Once its core forms, I estimate the cyclone will reach 2 kilometers in diameter and will last at least 7 to 8 hours. What happens if Rhode Island maintains its speed as it approaches the core? If we come into contact with the vortex, the ship's hull will collide may collide with high-speed active Reginum dust, roughly equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of hundreds of maximum payload Reginum bombs across the whole. Ouch. I'm sure you can guess how that might go for us. We have enough time to change course. I can try. If the windstorm changes direction very quickly and creates a maximum speed of nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour. There's no point in us trying. I mean, we try a full speed retreat. If we get unlucky with interaction, Rosanna will escape from the slow. It seems like one thing we can do is stay put. Mr. Powell, give me a potential damage assessment. We spent 7 hours in a thunderstorm over a single scale. The first 6 to 7 decks will be damaged maybe 15%. Of those, the first deck will take the hardest hit and casualties are like. The biggest locks the ship takes in the air. I don't see any option. There is a way. Doctor. We don't have to take damage. Yes, we have to stop in the wasteland to face all. We have another choice. Doctor, are you suggesting we continue straight ahead? Another question. Visibility is too low. Even with assisted driving, I can't navigate. I'm from Sauron. Plunging headfirst into sandstorm like this is suicide. I understand your concerns, Mr. Campbell. I trust the doctor. Dr. Singe, are you sure about leading Rosanna through a catastrophe? Yes. Good. Please cooperate with the doctor. Calculating a safe route in such a short time sounds like a bad joke. If anyone can do it, it's our doctor. I've heard stories of battles on an operating land ship is nothing like field combat. I don't know about this, of course. I don't doubt the doctor's abilities, but I've never heard of this real-time calculation. It just might work. First, you can make sense of the doctor's formulas. No, but they feel a bit familiar. Right, I heard about a similar formula some whiz kid a couple days ago. But the doctor's version is more complicated and varied. If you're under alternate navigate, let's head forward then. I'll help you with the instructions. No, doctor, that would be too inefficient. Rosanna only needs one commander right now. And the more I saw you appear on the bridge, I trust the situation would definitely turn on. Attention, everyone on the bridge. From now on, I am transferring command of Rhodes Island Landship to Dr. Singe. Notify Closure and have her put all cabins into energy saving mode. Got it, Doctor. Message from Closure. The engine is ready and she wishes us good luck. Something wrong with going a little crazy every now and then. If I need to be sailing like this, I would brought some foods. Rhodes Island, all ahead full. RIP motion sickness peeps. Dead. Getting a nosebleed from the speed. That's because I elbowed your nose. Sorry. The whole place is shaking, so I can't control my limbs. Is the seismic damper and malfunction? Looks like it's not just my imagination. The whole ship's falling apart. Bird Spirit, you haven't taken off your eyes off the screen at all. Cyclone number 2 is continuing to move 30 degrees southeast. Cyclone number 3. Cyclone number 4. Doctor, hold my hand. I've got you, Mia. Doctor, did I step on your foot? Don't worry, you can hold even tighter. Start shaking less hard now. I even noticed that strong wind just now. If it caught us, there's no telling we would have been able to stabilize the hull at this speed. The downburst made contact with the ground. Only 2 minutes until the core of the storm forms. Maintain current trajectory and keep moving forward. Well, I see a cyclone. There's one left and another on the right. We're surrounded. Rhodes Island is going to collide in just 2 or 3 more minutes. Keep going. It's impossible to avoid them. We don't have enough speed to face minimum. Trust me. Trying real hard, Doctor. Alright, don't trust myself so much. Forget it. Mia's with you, I'm on board too. Even if I tie my hand to the steering wheel, I'll keep moving it forward until the very end. Rip. Very optimal work conditions here. I just regret agreeing to swap shifts with the stinky lad George. "75 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Never seen a catastrophe cyclone up close before. Doctor, are you afraid?" A bit nervous, but I'm not afraid. We've been through times like this together before. The closer we might be to despair, the bigger everyone's hopes are, and the more incredible the outcome will be. Doctor, this is what you taught me. Hope comes from the commitment to never give in, even at the bitter. Yes, Doctor. You once said the exact same words. Red alert. Red alert. Attention, everyone prepare for impact. Just like before, we'll get through this crisis together. Look, the wind is subsiding, and the color of the sky is changing too. Report, Rhode Island has left the catastrophe zone. Damage to the deck is less than 5%, and nobody was injured. Wonderful. Thank goodness. My nose hurts. Pavel, do you know you hit my nose again? So what if I did? We're alive, I say. Alive. Fine, but you owe me a drink. Whatever you want, it's on my tab. I almost made a big mistake. Doctor, it's all thanks to you. Absolutely brilliant calculations, Doctor. Doctor, is your command always so thrilling? Uh-huh. I'd like another taste of that sometime. Doctor, how in the world did you pull that off? It's like you got prophetic arts or something suddenly showing up on the bridge right before you get hit by a catastrophe. To be fair, I was pretty anxious through that whole thing. Doctor. Meow hugged you suddenly. You realize that the hands on your waist are squeezing you tighter than they were at any point during the storm. Thank you. Thank you standing by my side. Not that bad. I did what I had to do. The relationship between self-replication speed of originum and increasing energy. You applied this knowledge to the calculation of wind catastrophe trajectories. You demonstrated similar abilities in the past, helping your colleagues at the time mitigate losses from catastrophes. Some called you a catastrophe expert, but we both know what you really specialize in. What do I specialize in? The formula. You still remember. It just jumped into my head. You created that formula yourself. You recovered a lot of information about original catastrophes over the past month, and you left a lot of calculations in your notes. Perhaps the sudden crisis dredged up blatant memories from deep inside your consciousness, or perhaps you reinvented it using the knowledge you left behind. The fact that you could recall the formula proves you still retain a basic understanding of the nature of origin. In other words, you've never forgotten your identity as a researcher of origin. Seems to be my too. You may see the study of origin as your duty, but you know that your actions should never be restricted by duty. Dr. Singe tries you to pursue the study of origin himself further. The suffering caused by origin scars over. I once heard an answer to this question. It was very similar to what you said today, also completely different. The person who uttered those words had an indecisive desire to unravel truths unknown, and also worked hard to save lives. But sometimes salvation also meant destruction. This is what the same person told me. You still harbor that same deep answer deep within your brain. Does it count as being there, even if I don't remember? I mean, I said your performance on the bridge today was much like that of an actual prophet. Why are you staring at me like that? The rational part of me wants to believe in science. When the results of your brain design first came back, I thought I saw some errors in the process. And so, there was a second time, a third time, and even a seventh time. The rational part of me told me that repeating the same results 3 times was enough to prove that you weren't lying. Without a shadow of a doubt, you really did lose a lot of your memories. You don't remember what you did to the reset, and you forgot why you were standing here in the first place. All of this has caused a significant dichotomy between you and the person I've once seen. But just like I allowed you to do this other test, I once again find myself you're exactly standing in front of me. All the past remains, and all of you blooms in you. But being sentimental again. Perhaps I won't deny it. Dealing with you has always had a tendency to sway my emotion. It was also born of extreme rationality. I hope you understand there can be errors in our measurement, and in your case, I can no longer tolerate any errors. I wanted to ask you for a long time. Setting aside your role as a doctor, do you want me to regain my memories? The objections are really black and white, and the same is true of you when I have not concealed my hatred for you in the past, but no matter how much I hate to admit it, there's something else there too. You're searching for the truth of the past. Without a doubt, I seek that answer. I desire want to hear the truth from your mouth, but I'll not give up looking for the truth in other ways. Now it's my turn to ask. Master Singe, do you want your memories back? I do. Your answer doesn't matter. I see your hesitation. Once your memories come back, many of your questions will be answered. However, not every answer will satisfy. Once you know where all those emotions poured into you come from, where is the hatred for me and W, the unconditional trust for Mia, or even further back. Excess memories, intense emotions will instantly flood your entire brain. Trust me, what you will feel will be far greater than exhaustion. What you should fear even more will be when the past finally catches up to you. You must decide. What if those memories are too strong and engulf all the hard work you've put in recently, and pull you back into the abyss you failed to crawl over countless years? Once the current is defeated, everything you worked so hard to build will collapse, and your will may no longer be your own. So let me ask you once more. Dr. Singe, are you ready? On our side, they won't need to answer this question anytime soon. I want to thank you. For our past month or so, you've shown me some new possibilities. Especially today. I learned that you still remember the formula. It turns out, you and I are not the only ones preparing for that day. I suspected this long ago. At home. Use life function restoration devices was not supposed to have the defect of deleting one's memory. In particular, it's impossible to selectively delete the part of the brain most likely involved in decision making, but still retain the parts most meaningful to you. Dr. Singe, what I think is, she trusted you even more than I could fathom in the past. That being the case, we should continue to work hard. Just as I've said countless times already, I will help you, as long as we continue to stand together. Whether... What's on answer, Manson? Professor, are you here? Hey Jaffa Jala, come in. Professor, I said you wanted to see me. Naked. Um, uh, come on. Mr. Dolly can watch. This is for you. It's about my application to become an operator. Oh, it's been approved. That's great news. Everyone said you and Miss Mia would turn me down because of my condition. I convinced her. I see you. Only way to get it approved. Thank you. The briefing submitted this morning helped Rhode Island to the crisis. You mean the catastrophe this afternoon? Professor, did you read my analysis? The urgent game expansion observations were incredibly accurate. Just a hunch. The density of origin near the surface around here would be very low. I saw some situation in a volcano in southern Lithuania. Even a small amount of resin proliferates rapidly over a brief period of time when the conditions are right. 2 days ago, after finishing my daily treatment, walking around the dorms as usual, I saw the approaching phenomenon from dust samples off the portal. In sandy terrain, a sudden burst in originium energy will cause the ground temperature to rise rapidly, leading to a seemingly increase in the possibility of large-scale wind catastrophes. I'm so sorry, I can go on and on about this stuff. Please continue. I've already seen the report, right? As busy as you are, I never expected you'd read our random notes. Also read your thesis. Professor, are you interested in my research? If you're not too busy, I'd love to stay over and have a nice chat with you. I have to get some work. Why so many books on your desk? Annals of Great Yang Classics, A Tower Without a Legend, Columbian Judicial Observation Notes, Conquest and the Simulation. Professor, these are books you normally read. Interest are so diverse. I like the bookcase to the other professors I know. I think this one will interest you the most. These are your catastrophe research notes. Just something to read over. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll study these thoroughly. If you have any questions, may I come talk to you? Anytime. Long scholar doesn't know they have real tight. Close her head and look at you with conviction-filled eyes. Yes, sir. My life has been a series of wonderful surprises since going towards Island. The real our power has given me a lot more confidence about my future. And people like you give me hope to keep moving forward. They've working so hard. So what reason do you have? What reasons do any of us have to give up? Professor, thank you so much for leading Rhodes Island forward, and on to the future. And we're done with another one. On to the next. Keep going faster. Faster, Singe. Ah. Keep breathing. You still have like 2 hours of. What do I get? Huh? Oh, this is if I unlock all of them. Here. No. Oh, it's nothing. For who? We're on the third one now. Finished Spes, Memoria, and now we're on Valor. Keep going! Oh no, it was flashback time. I bet 300. Just a pile of broken scrap metal. Not worth the trouble. You sure? I'll bet 500 then. I think it's important to us. How do you figure? Intuition. I'll try to figure out old gadgets in the waste still. Catastrophes blow them out all the time. The intuition tells me it's not your average treasure. What are you two chatting about? Wait a second. If Ace and Scout are alive, and Doctor is here, then this must be taking place pretty sort of off of us, right? What are you two chatting about? Oh, Doctor. Good evening, Dr. Sin. Went to a drifter settlement yesterday while on field duty, and turned out something fairly interesting. It's just industrial scrap. I've seen this stuff all over the Western Place. Not worth your time, though. But incredibly, it's the industrial scrap that still works. It seems to be playing some kind of audio. Music. The hard-pressed to convince me that's music. Circumstances was found in. It's a strange machine in the middle of the drifter settlement, painted red with very heavy, and made strange noises when anyone came near. The drifters weren't too keen on reporting it, but they still set up a camp around it. You ought to have moved it back. Game Calcid might know the specifics of its technology. Spend cash to drag a pile of industrial scrap. How we ever handle a tree? Perhaps the Banshee might take flight to it. You have some personal beef going on, I suggest you don't bring it to her. Sounds interesting. I'm gonna visit that settlement to get something. Maybe I'll be able to tell you what it is. Hopefully, I will pay off him. Alright, so once Her Majesty's affairs are worked out for the time being, we'll go together. And keep to that deal. You awaken to an unpleasant mechanical noise. A normal day. Before your eyes is the ceiling of an ordinary living room in your roadside. The furnishings look just as ordinary, but the hub of the ventilation system seems a bit deeper than the other cabins. You know why? It's one of the most inconspicuous parts of your many peculiarities. Caution perfunctorily. Part isn't so different from ordinary people. You take special medication to maintain your condition. This part is a bit different from ordinary people. Next, you don the full body protective clothing that hampers your normal activities. But considering your physical condition, it is necessary. It may also be temporary, depending on your recovery. These are all orders from Dr. Calcid. According to her, you used to know more about these things than she did. But now, only she can look after your health. There's Dr. Singe. You're not like that. Is there anyone out there like us? Is anyone out there like you? The world has not been kind to you, and you know this. Ah, Doctor, you're awake. And here's your daily dose of adopted daughter propaganda or whatever. I'm joking. Wait a second. Like, you know, if you ever seen like the Dushin's all a bit proud memes about like get married, have children, reproduce, or whatever bullshit, kind of mock the. Shinzo Abe deserved to die. No one will ever find this. Ha ha ha. Oh god, Jesus Christ. Oh boy, I can't take that one back. Well, dead people can't be offended. Anyways. Gilbert, of course, Gilbert maybe is related to China's one-child policy, because China, they're not going to be like, get married, reproduce at all. Or, not yet. In the future, or maybe their population is starting to stagnate, so maybe they're starting to figure that. They did finally, like, half a decade ago or some odd years, they finally upped it to a two-child policy. A lot of the people that we put up, children that we put up for adoption would be girls, because, and just honestly because sexism. And is that what this is for? Adopt, find the cute Chinese girl. So terrible. Alright, moving on. Considering how late you stayed up, you can rest a little bit longer. Nothing urges me to work today. Doctor, I'm not trying to supervise your work or anything. You should rest when it's time to rest. By the way, Dr. Kelsit stepped out for the day. She asked me to tell you that the meeting is postponed to tomorrow. Yeah, so in other words, there's nothing on today's schedule. Yes, that's why you should take advantage of it and rest up. .30 p.m. A.M. Jesus. Why am I awake? Let me go back to bed. Oh, it's not on cafeteria. Oh, look, it's losers. Oh, doctor, good morning. Eh? Oh, doctor. Good morning. Oh, doctor, you actually got the time to come down to the cafeteria for breakfast today. Yes, I have the day off. Here, would you look at that? Never see you in the cafeteria store. What impression have I given you? What impression, huh? Probably a workaholic, chronically overworked all year round. Seriously though, it's long overdue. Been like this ever since we left London. Don't want to see you break down. Be a little kinder to yourself, doctor. After all, we work. Ouch. Yeah. The hell you doing? You'll slip sink ships. Were they betting on this or something? Huh? It's fine, you're exactly right. Oh, it's not that, doctor. That's not what I meant. Well, whatever. Enjoy your breakfast. I'll leave you in peace. All prayers gradually disperse and you find yourself sitting in the corner of the canteen, for rare currents and tea. Roadside, the place makes you feel both at home, yeah, it's on a street. Just like those clear, but also unrecognizable memories. The pharmaceutical company with the primary goal of resolving the problems surrounding the infected. Again, bullshit. It is said that the Constantine is intimately connected to all of this. It is said that you played a key role in its establishment. It is said that you were the brains of Rhodes Island, and that Rhodes Island was an extension of your will. A portion of what was spoken has been slowly returning to you, but you are not sure if it is good or bad. You have forgotten too much. Rhodes Island has welcomed you, but you don't know if you are worthy of its welcome. Breakfast lies before your eyes. A bland but healthy meal. You know that this, too, is Calcit's work. For our past 3 months, your life has been filled with these feelings. Everything is so strange, so nostalgic. Conceptually, these feelings are completely contradictory, yet they manifest in front of you together. 3 months ago, during the sudden outbreak of rioting and conflict, they, Rhodes Island, rescued you from the center of the turmoil. In the ensuing conflict, too many people lost their lives. So many of the deceased recognize you, yet you do not recognize them. So many of the deceased have heard of them, yet you have not heard about them. You gave your utmost. gaining greater respect in the process. And your hard work finally bore fruit of victory. Yet that victory still came laden with inevitable pain. Up until now, you've had but one question. A question that you repeatedly raised to yourself, but never been able to answer. Is it all worth it? It's 3:05 p.m. Rhode Island Integrated Bioprocessing Unit. Judging out before your eyes is the most unique warehouse in all of Rhode Island. A large number of unclaimed objects are stacked in the warehouse. The Petit Perro operator is struggling to wipe down a badly damaged shield. You recognize the shield and remember the former owner of the shield. You remember that tall, somewhat slovenly operator who always sported a hearty smile. He was once your friend, or so you've been told, but you don't know anything. You're wary of this repetitive, contradictory nonsense, but nothing better encapsulates the currency of your existence. The specifics sift through the cracks of your finger. You extend your hand to catch them, but the fine sands of memory are dragged down by gravity and fall into the abyss grain by grain. Doctor, why do you end up over here? This is Ace's shield. Yes, it belonged to him. Every week I come by and keep it clean. Oh, it's so heavy. Can you lend me a hand, Doctor? It's really, really heavy. I always have trouble lifting it back onto the shelf. You step forward to help her, but soon realize that you are too weak to lift the shield, even a single centimeter off the ground. Perhaps you were able to do this in the past, since the task is no longer possible for you, for your convalescing body. Elsa has reminded you of this as well as everything else. Hey, Doctor, don't lift with your back. Never mind, I can do it myself. Sorry, I'm no help out. Don't worry about it. I always said you're the smartest person on the time. Let me help. Alright, just like this, though. Be careful. Ooh, we did it. Riley, who are they? Let's see. Instructor Doberman and others used to say that, as well as the elite officers, including Ace. He used to talk about you. He said you could stand up to half an army by yourself. Huh? Were you and Ace close? Huh? Were we close? Ace was close to everyone. That's the kind of person he was. Very reliable type. During training, he taught us all kinds of things. Fighting as a team, cooperation, breaking and circling. The elite operators are always busy. They took the time to drop by in training grounds. I always thought to myself, when could I become as reliable as Ace? Vigilo stares at the shield with a sad smile, just from the warehouse plaster for hair and face. But the Perro operator doesn't seem to care. You look around the room, and in the corner of the shelf, something catches your attention. Various photos and ornaments stacked in a small messy box. Underneath it all, some old, faded documents. This is... Oh, that's... Doctor, you shouldn't. What is it? These are things that belong to... They're from Union fighters back in London. The handlers in the processing room were discussing what to do with these for a long time, and they ended up stuffing everything in here. You flip through a few old photos. These old yellowed stained photos almost all depict Ursa's people. Most of the people in the photo are clad in ragged clothing, showing mixing of awkwardness, joy, and numbness when facing the camera. On the back side of a silver pendant boxes engraved with Ursa's script. To Ivana, my darling daughter, may she always know happiness. Among them are former enemies as well as former friends. You know that some of them fought against Rhode Island to bitter end, and you also know that some of them became allies of Rhode Island in a time of crisis. You don't know all their stories. They do know the suffering of the infected. You know, and yet you do not. Sometimes, those of us who are there will also ask ourselves this question. All this has been through disaster, versus the infected as well as us, but was all this truly worth it? Sorry, I shouldn't be venting my frustrations. But every time I come here, I see these things. Anyways, please forget I said anything, Doctor. Doctor! It's fine, don't worry about it. It's already 3. Gotta head back to training grounds. If I'm late, Instructor Doberman's gonna chew me out again. Gotta go, Doctor. Remind me to lock the door, okay? Noom. The Perro operator rushes out, leaving you alone with the ownerless objects stacked in the warehouse, save the slowly settling dust of time. You're about to turn and leave, but a strange red shadow enters your field of vision. Curious. It's just not out to stop you. It's just a strange red machine. Weather. Rhode Island lands with lower deck. Real talk, don't you guys get hot in here all day, not even thinking about heading up to catch some fresh air? The heat is just right for us to go wilds. Besides, someone's gotta keep an eye on us equipment. What's on the part depends on the power system. Fire keeps your motor running. Getting ready to leave. Yep, there's nothing for me here. Plus that old hag Calcet keeps giving me the evil eye again. I'm really surprised that Dame Calcet even let you back. Huh. Do you have any idea how many swords the hag has hanging over my head right now? More than you ever could. Why, look at the court over there. No one guess who's standing in that corner. Are you going to Victoria? Yes, so. I'll say a few words with my old pals before I go. We all know what you're gonna do. We also know you can't talk you out. I had to say it one more time. Going to Victoria is not a good idea, W. I think sarcasm maybe shouldn't. Oh, whatever. I'm just a boiler worker. I shouldn't even be saying this stuff to you. Forget about it. There's something I want to ask. Most of the gang already left, so why are you staying behind? With your skills, don't you think you can make a good living somewhere else? Her Majesty left us this home. No reason we should leave. Having a place we belong to sure as hell beats wandering the wastes. Besides, Curly Sarcasm knocks on near bench. We have to protect things Her Majesty left behind. I guess it's not much different than what you're trying to. And, you know what, that W? Better than anyone else. Turning the boiler, the big old hunk of steamy machinery is your home, huh? Basically, yeah. I say this boiler is my purpose in life. Laugh if you want. Yeah, you know this isn't exactly a laughing situation. Haha, you're still thinking of us and we appreciate it. Safe travels. Oh, sobs. It's time to go. Voice from the shadows. W looks up. And though the light isn't on, someone has been staring at her from the darkness since the beginning. I know, Ascalon, you're most impatient of all, aren't you? But you're really not gonna let me see that doctor or the dragon lady. There's a lot that I want to say to them. Aw, give me the cold shoulder. So Venus is still alive. What's the situation on Didion? What's the plan? You used to be a therapist. Haha, fine. Spooking you with the sauna treatment isn't easy. Used to be a lot more talkative. I guess seeing me pissed you off. I'll leave then. Happy? It just happens I have some stuff to check with the old hag first. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to be here. We work together for now. Work together, huh? I'm not sure I called that. It's more like making sure I've got all my targets nice and clear before we meet up out there in the war zone. I'm not gonna randomly stroll into Rhodes Island. Don't worry. Though those folks have an interesting look in their eyes. Or is it? You see it in the battle. Sarcasm in the shadows does not answer. Nobody knows his habit. In Ascalon's line of work, the rule is each extra word makes your head hit the ground a little bit faster. My dear sweet Ascalon, you're not my boss anymore. See you in London. Wrong W. Everyone left you. Huh. It's weird. How come there's nobody here? Or 10 p.m. Rhodes Island landship lower deck. The ore machinery fills the lower levels of Rhodes Island. The area that provides power to most of the entire ship. The Sarcasm Goliaths are the operators responsible for running. On weekends, the bottom level is populated pretty exclusively by technical staff. You're wandering around aimlessly. In these 3 months, you still have not set foot in every corner of Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island is like a small nomadic city. Though much smaller in scale, it is still well equipped. Its internal structure is far more complicated than it seems at a glance, and the power plant is one such example. Well, what's this so lively here? Nobody ever comes down to a place like, well, Doctor? Bulger told me you were looking for me. Yeah, that's right. Actually, I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. We didn't need to come down here in person. I'm drenched in sweat, and it's way too hot for you. Why don't take this somewhere else? How does that sound? No problem. What do you need me for? It's just lots of nostalgic stuff. Sorry to make you listen to my rambling. Roy Sarcasm Man puts down the wrench in his hand and removes his dirty work gloves. From the bottom of his toolbox, he takes out a small teapot and the accompanying teacups, contrasting sharply with his large, rough hands. You drink tea. Am I the one bothering you? Don't worry about it. Right here, I might as well take a break. Be glad to have something. You? Don't try to hide it. In fact, I never thought I'd get a chance to chat with you like this. Seems like you're in a bad mood. Something wrong. Something to do with the weather. He knows more about Rhode Island than me. I suddenly feel that it's this sarcasm and his fellow workers who are keeping Rhode Island going. They grasp life little landship in their hands, yet they're deliberately avoid the public eye. They're grateful for everything they do, but don't know why. It's hard to see the weather when you're working down here. Even through the lower windows, all you can see is the dust kicked up by the treads. You don't know what complex problems you're mulling over, Doctor. It's a simple boiler work. Not exactly a big brain type over here. Take their mind. Maybe I should spend more time talking with them. Yes, Doctor. Miss Mia and Tim Kelso are always ready to help you, so you probably start with them. There are too many things, and following them up isn't a good option. Some things are hard to talk about. You seem like you know a lot. How long have you worked for Rhode Island? I'm an old Rhode Island hand doctor. We used to know each other. I took orders from you a few times before I started my technical work, even if you don't remember. The only advice I can give you is this. If they can't be the ones to answer you, who else can you ask to give you that answer? Whispers. You are the one she puts her trust in. She trusted in you, and you trusted in them. Looking for an answer, huh? In fact, I just saw W. No, she here. Doctor, you must know by now that W and Rhode Island have a connection, and you're mixed up in that too. When sarcastic finger showed up at Rhode Island, I knew this day would come. There's something. When Casdell Tursus sends along men and on to us here today, and even into the future. We kept moving forward. We'll keep bumping into the same faces when we started this journey with. Only now, they bring some of those far-reaching effects they left behind. It's 22 p.m. Doctor, you're back. I haven't seen you all day. Where have you been? Just been wandering around the island. It's fine. Getting up first is also part of your job. You look kind of listless. Going a whole day without one. Doctor. I'll tell you a little secret, but don't tell Dr. Kelsey no. Truth is, Dr. Kelsey didn't have anything that important to do today. She didn't need to go out. Seeing how tired you've been lately and wanting to take a break. You look pretty happy. Something good happened. Nothing in particular. It's just been long since I've talked to people like this. By the way, Amia, I think I saw something strange in the operator's storage room. Storage room? Doctor, did you? What do you mean by something strange? Kind of like some kind of industrial device. Oh, you're probably talking about that red industrial scrap. You might not remember, but it was a bet between Scout and Maze. One day, they brought the device back to Rhode Island. Boulder spent some time on it and decided it was useless, so let it sit in the warehouse. I go take another look at it. Oh, of course. Among the various discarded unused mechanical equipment in the warehouse, that strange device towers above the rest. The box-shaped device stands more than 2 meters tall. Red paint on the surface is clearly visible, but has been severely worn down under the perennial erosion of wind and sand. This is the thing, you weird doctor. Why is that interesting? When we first brought it back, the box made noise as soon as someone got close to it, but I think the closure broke. What do you mean I broke it? It was already like this when I moved it back here. All I did was study it a little. I never been able to figure out what this thing really is for. I originally wanted to see if I could open it up, but ended up breaking 3 power saws without a current. So yeah, Doctor, do you have any idea what this is? Magnet can fly. Doctor, are you okay? All that work finally rotting your brain. You observed the dynamic device carefully. There are no buttons and no gaps under its well worn out metal casing. You haven't seen something like this before. At least in your existing memory, you have no impression of it. You lightly knock on the casing of the device out of curiosity. Huh? Doctor, watch out. Did anything happen? Don't worry about that right now, just stand back. After a violent rattling noise, the device lets out a small ding. The complete box-like structure suddenly opens. The once seemingly shut outer shell sliding up and down like a cabin door. Inside the box-like structure, you see an artifact with a metallic luster. Unlike the wear and tear on the outside of the box, being subjected to, everything inside is smooth as ever, with no trace of passage of time. However, the manhole object within fills everyone with a sense of familiarity. This is a bottle of beer, right? What? No matter how you look at it, it's just a bottle of beer. What the heck, I thought there'd be something super high-tech in it, something a bit more constructive. After all that time, it turns out it's just a vending machine? What's the point of making something this tough anyway? You need to withstand an original bomb. Ugh, isn't this kind of weird color for beer? I'll have to look into some more. Doctor, you know what this is? Nothing. The heap was scrapping. What really matters, we got ourselves an extra bottle of beer. Closer, this beer. Put it in the room. Next stage is shield. That's a bet. So, RAM complete. Next up is Augie. Oh boy, I'm not even gonna try pronouncing it. Short break. Be back. We'll finish the last few parts. And maybe get started on episode 12. Was it 12? Whatever episode was next. I'll be back in a second. Right. 1. Good. Welcome back, Vigilo, streamer and my only viewer. For now. One day, making moves behind the scenes. You'll see. Well, some of them. This is insane to like where one choose Daki as the mask thing count as. Does that count? Or does it? I feel like this is a bury yourself in mud type of move. I don't know if it's gonna help. If anyone ever sees that. But eyeball reveal, I guess, eventually, if y'all are interested in that, the big contour of Singe flesh suit reveal. Look forward to it. You better. If anyone figures out who I am, well, I'm not gonna get fired immediately. They're probably gonna be like, Singe, or like Singe's actual name. Please stop doing stupid shit on the internet. And I'm gonna be like, nuh-uh. And then when I continue doing stupid shit on the internet, then they fire me. Then I'm toast. When did you click on that video? Must have been one of those, must have been one of those I hovered over the video things. Subscriptions, please go to subscriptions, not shorts. Oh wait, why is shorts even? Shorts, more like people with short penises. Oh, couldn't be me. I really am ruining all the things to like. I'm probably okay with noise in my apartment. I think I'm underestimating the thickness of my walls, which is fine. It's better to underestimate than it is to like start yelling in the middle of the night and have my neighbors come down here and be like, Singe, shut the fuck up, you dumbass, what the fuck are you doing at night? Why are you? It's like past midnight on a work night, what the fuck are you doing, you stupid shit? It's not midnight yet, but I do stream past midnight pretty regularly. I just need to put music on and get started. I'm sure this image of Theresa is not spoilers. Take it back, don't scroll down to comments. So I played this, we're here. Speaking of the devil. Henry's daughter dead. I'm a necrophilia. Oh god. Body to fall apart as I'm penetrating the. Oh. So we go back to my feelings about Shinzo Abe. That feels less sketchy than this. Dr. Singe, you're saying that two of you have known each other for a long, long time. Don't worry, I'm just a bit nervous after all. I've known the doctor for longer than you've known me, and I would like to leave a good first impression. There's just one thing though, Calcit. You have some concerns about the kind of person the doctor is now, right? It's written all over your face. When we find out as well, Calcit, I'm really curious, what sort of person is that doctor, who is so closely connected to your past? How should I go about it? Meeting this doctor, exchanging pleasantries, connecting the doctor to myself and the Sarkas. These are all the questions I have for myself. My opinion. Can you influence as well, yes? Influence you as well, sorry. So Calcit, take me to see a doctor, won't you? Good work, Scout. It's just a recon mission. Part of my job. Calcit and the doctor. Conference room. Something wrong. Spy and the military council has returned our intelligence. They don't intend to give us any breathing. Unfortunately. Spy. Are you talking about that vampire noble? Your Majesty. I believe she only answers to Prince Blood and is untrustworthy. Most of them are nothing more than inspectors, looking out for their own interests. Unless forced by a situation, I doubt she would ever enter the war. Of course, I understand your concerns, Scout. At least for now, she won't lie to me. She hasn't worked up to courage for that yet. Closure? Question mark? Maybe? Or closure? Closure or, what's her name? I can't believe I forget her name. Warframe. How's it? Doctor, are you too busy? Majesty, is your meeting over? I'm leaning towards Warframe. Maybe? Meeting over. Yes, results aren't exactly a cause for celebration. You might interrupt me, or... By the way, since I rarely get out of my meetings before noon, would you like to have lunch with me, Calcit? It's too early. Oh, I suppose it is. I meant to say you're a lot earlier than usual. It's hard to imagine that people in the chairman's office would just let you go that easily. Unless the result is so bad there's nothing to talk about. You have to ask the case. You still did come by a bit too early. I guess so. We anticipated this current situation a long time ago, didn't we? So the discussions didn't go smoothly. I guess the situation is worse now, to the point where talks are about to break down. What happened? The military council has gathered support, and our information channels throughout the castle are shrinking. Babel will likely come under siege in the fall. Some of the Sarkas betrayed us, which is to be expected, but Babel is not fully prepared. Sorry, Calcit. By the looks of things, we won't keep it together that long. King of the Nastrazar and the rest of the royal court. They've only put forth a more demanding request. Don't worry, Calcit, to just targeting me. But we no longer have a way to deal with more mistrust. Teresa. What is it, Doctor? Alright, I haven't formally solicited your advice yet. It'll be unbecoming of me to start giving orders rash. Doctor, it seems we'll need to get a bit further away from the castle. This calls for a further relocation, in other words, a retreat. Do you have a second opinion? This might be the only option, if possible, but I'd like to give everyone more options. We're out of time. The military council's ideas are both too heavy-handed and direct. I stood firmly opposed to their ideology, but to prevent council from making unnecessary sacrifices, we'll have to leave temporarily. I truly believe that we share the same heart, and that the same blood flows through us. But even blood can be separated and transferred, and I don't know when we'll be able to merge again. At least for now, separating is the least damaging option. Every Sarkas has a desire to follow her beliefs. I can feel your convictions, and there will be many Sarkas following you. But I will not help you make a decision. I can only bear witness. Yes, it's the best arrangement in front of us so far, Dr. Singe. Alright then, without further ado, the two of you should pack up and get ready to set out. How much can we take with us? Unfortunately, not much. We may have to abandon a large number of our facilities. Ask them to buy us time. It's more than enough, Teresa. We don't need to dispatch any more hands to help us. I'll bring the doctor back to rendezvous with you safely. Then we'll follow the prearranged plan. Calcit, the person in charge, will arrive later. But Doctor, Calcit, I'm sorry to make you back here in such a hurry. We'll have to put the research on hold for the time being. I hope to see the fruits that they would bear. I'll work hard to create a space where we can continue our research, finally. I believe things will take a turn for the better. But, spoilers, they did not. 13 days later. Order. We'll encounter the Singe's camp. Who are you? Ah, what the fuck? Don't move. Those idiots getting themselves killed for no reason. I caught you alone. Don't be doing this sarcasm. None. Is that what someone in your shoes should be saying? I was my patience long ago. Your Majesty. He even put you on a pedestal, letting you talk down to us. You have done nothing for us at all. You don't understand us at all. You and that feline aren't even sarcasm. You don't belong in Castle. And now you storm around Her Majesty, using that intimate position of yours to push the babble she dreams about. Don't make me not. Your Royal Majesty, Parisi, great hero. Having for 100 years, she needs foreigners to direct her move. I don't trust her ill. Outsiders have nothing to do with us. You doctor, to think that Her Majesty trusts you so much despite being an outsider. Still act like a bystander. Let me hear it from you then. Which side has a better chance of winning? The fact that you can only think of preserving mankind proves how pathetic you are. What the fuck are you? Jesus. I mean, I've heard past Doctor both from in-game and from online that past Doctor was past Doctor was sort of a scumbag, but I guess this is maybe just a glimmer into that. How dare you? You done? What? Scout, what are you doing here? Don't underestimate Escalon, traitor. Let alone Her Majesty. Her Majesty is supposed to be a missionary of benevolence. Allow people to get a taste of the right to freedom. I'd rather see her in missionary position. But you use that freedom to do something vile. You clearly know that Her Majesty respects the Doctor, and you also heard the Doctor's public statements. This one has nothing to do with our civil war. You took advantage of Her Majesty's kindness and the Doctor's tolerance. Maybe there's no need for me to judge you, traitor. Scout. Doctor, I'm merely doing what has to be done. I get it, Scout, but you wanted answers from me. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it already, instead of getting caught up in his choices. You're saying that now. Fine, you call the shots. Let me talk to him, Scout. Please, I won't mind. Damn you. Want to talk reason with a knife to my neck. Ridiculous. Cough. Damn. What do you think Her Majesty has chosen to trust to outsiders? What does Her Majesty trust? Nothing more than using your rhetoric and silver tongue to manipulate fact and fiction. Ridiculous. Hilarious. Her Majesty, our king, with her lofty ideals, is buying into this clown ship. Okay, sarcasm, call me a clown, but I can't walk with Teresa anymore. The ship has sailed. You think you don't trust me? It's Her Majesty you don't trust. What gives you the right? Getting led around by the nose. You can't be a loyal vassal. You can't buy into her vision. All you've got is that title, Her Majesty. You can't throw around tad weight to your choices. Bullshit. You can talk like that about me? You dare say I don't believe in Her Majesty's way? Those were your words, not mine. You filthy outsider. Choke on your own spit. If you want to hear my opinion, I'll tell you, Sarkins. I know for a fact that it's not my fault or Cal says that you lost faith in Her Majesty. You started to lose trust in her and look for someone else to blame. You talk out of your ass. If I really left Her Majesty, I would have taken your head with me. That's really my fault. You don't bind Her Majesty's servants alone. Why bother confronting me? You're scared of Her Majesty's strength. Are you scared you can't change Her Majesty's mind? You're still lost. You don't know your own destiny, but he wants it. It doesn't matter who you are. He knows there are always people like you, and that there will always be such a bridge. What are you talking about? The awakened you love. It's not like I can listen to your talk. He wants to know what Priestess says, and how I react. You never part of the Council's plans. He needs to confirm this, whether Teresa required any additional help. What the hell are you talking about? Dirty tricks and flake? Just to lure me into confessing this infection? Just to put on a show for Scout? No, Sarko. I only wanted you to walk out of this place alive. What? You're joking. What kind of joke is this? The one who can guide his people to survive is the one who found king in their hearts. I recognize you, traitor. That night, you carried the wounded Ascalon back to the king. And it was you who brought the final message from the fallen soldiers to inform the whole army of the location of the recon team. I'm giving you this opportunity. Impossible. Why should I believe you? Take a look at the situation, traitor. Regardless of what the doctor says, you have no choice but to believe him. No, Scout. Don't be deceived. The purpose of releasing me is to rehabilitate these lives. I'm not going anywhere. You want to slander me as one of Theresa's spies. You don't have the slightest idea what I've been through. I am... Enough. Majesty. Doctor, are you injured? See, this incident broke out so quickly because I didn't know the situation within the team. I told Scout to stand down, otherwise the sarcasm had already been executed. I understand. Your Majesty, I would see you. Yes, when I was giving my sermon, you were standing below. You are one of the many faces in that crowd. The doctor said he's right. You and your mercenaries have made military gains for us. That is not an excuse for your current action. Your Majesty, you don't trust me, Marco? You rescued so many of your compatriots and brought back information for us in the most dangerous places. Now you're no longer willing to trust me? No, I just can't bear to look at her eye. What have I said? Your Majesty, it seems that there won't be any use in interrogating me. Patient is granted. We need to evacuate immediately. You must immediately confirm whether there is any unrest among the team, or if there is a Castle spy. Please hand him over to ask him. Yes, before that done. Can you tell me what he did to you just now? He didn't do anything. This might have been an assassination attempt, but I don't see that as the case. Doctor, Teresa, if I was to say that he is by far the most innocent one, would you believe? Freaks. Dr. Singe, it's no time to be cracking jokes. Scout probably doesn't see himself as part of your state either. At least the sarcasm is indeed non-Ulysses spies, the captive name, Teresa. Damn downside, how do you call your Majesty by her name? Do you hate Kelsey? Do you hate the doctor? Just because they are not sorry. Not because of what they've done, or what they will do. Yes, it's exactly right, Your Majesty. There are many excellent people around you, so why do you insist on letting these outside? Shut your mouth. Yes, I understand what you mean. Let me ask one more question. Scout, what's your verdict? I respect your judgment. For my opinion, be taken into custody immediately and locked up. According to military law, there can only be one outcome. Indeed, it's but one choice. You always face countless choices. No matter what schemes or designs you may have, you'll be unable to resist that desire. This won't be the last time you take actions like this. Teresa, if your tolerance creates further troubles, you will threaten your safety. Simply made an unfortunate decision. No, Your Majesty, please, I can explain. I am Sarkas of Castle. I just couldn't bear the thought of you and your Abel being so far from Castle. Initially, this was the thing I resisted, underhanded tactics and tricks. But this was not the only way to achieve a lasting peace. I would have been able to solve this problem. And Sarkas have been waiting for too long. Among the countless wars, we must utilize this war, along with equally innumerable lives, to open up this world and understand its emotions. Kelsey, Doctor, this will be the attitude I have towards you. We share the same beliefs, and we can complement each other. Therefore, I choose to respect the Doctor's choice. Doctor, please tell me how you'd like this to end. This is sarcasm. You carry out an act of betrayal, not against me, but against the image of Thrace in his heart that is disappointed. He cannot be called a traitor, as far as I can see. Her Majesty Thrace is willing to grant freedom to so many people. Why not exile this sarcasm and see what choices he makes? Let him fend for himself upon this land. He may find a new fate, maybe in you or someone else. You, why are you doing this? I am opposed. Even if existing evidence does not prove his involvement with the military council, I do not deem it prudent to release a soldier openly attack his commander. For reason. Your Majesty. Lead it to the army. Yes, Mark, you are Sarkaz's mercy. So Scout, take him to see Ascalon. Babel will decide your fate. Ascalon will decide your fate. Then you can consider yourself a Sarkaz of Castel. That you consider yourself a Sarkaz of Castel means you cannot leave. Your Majesty, you're putting me to death. Scout, before he has any outbursts of emotional restraint. No. No, no, no. You're right. That's right. Kill me. What you're doing the right thing. Sending a flake like me to hell. You're a war hero. Execute a traitor, and nobody like me is what you should do. Behave yourself. I was wrong. I was wrong, Your Majesty. You still have what we long. The story we've heard for decades. The banner of the 6 heroes still flies. How many have grown up listening to the tales of Julian sarcasm against foreign invaders? The masses wait for that era to come again. I've been waiting. We've all been waiting. We're still waiting for those legends to reappear, waiting for the bloodstain mystery to reignite. That's what the sarcasm should be. That is what the sarcasm must be. Your Majesty, now, this justice. You have become justice. Your Majesty. In the current situation, mercenaries we've been able to contact will arrive in 2 days. Whose team is Orders. Order is an excellent commander, but he seems to despise war even more than he lets on. I will ensure that he arrives on time. Good work, Halcyon. Perhaps one day, Sarkis can finally escape meaningless conflict and sacrifice. You saw a red all over your face. Is it because of the incident with Marco? It's him. I saw a microcosm. The road ahead of us is still long, Kelsey. It's too long, Teresa. Those are the people want an answer, and they want a place before them. You'll accompany me down that road, won't you? Of course. That said, I heard you're doing some design last night. Oh no, are you going to discipline me? No, why would I? Proper relaxation is necessary for stress relief. The situation isn't optimistic. Every move will affect the moral of all sarcasm. Teresa. Doctor, what's the matter? Ascon sends word that Marco committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Well, very well managed situation we got here. In order to avoid embarrassing his king, Teresa. I know. Doctor, what are you going to do next? In addition to the mercenaries, all sarcasts hiding in the castless sphere of influence are paying close attention to your movements, our movements. This is a comprehensive relocation, with now no margin of error when it comes to intelligence logistics work. Thank you. We'll speak with Ascalon later. We'll find good candidates. Very well. Doctor. Don't worry, I trust you. Thank you. Hopefully the visions that I've seen will no. However, as long as we can see them, let us move forward a bit. That's right. Already gotten used to it. Still one. Sorry, that questions. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're here. Oops. Few more. Oh, it's a new marker. My words don't matter much. Only when you live free in every moment are you truly alive. Go and experience the world for yourself. It will take many months to form your own ideas. Calcit, I hope you will. Weather. Outdoors, Rhode Island deck. Sec. Do mixes. What do mix sounds? Mix? Smoke? These are not mixes. Fudge. Sweet. Oh, wait, wait. You're not artistic. Oh, Leave Mixes was enabled. Whoops. Okay, leave Mixes on. This can be nice sometimes. Drop this one. You've been quite busy lately, right? There are many things you have to do. Proper rest is necessary. There have also been some small functions in your psychological indicators of the lane that will take more. Blaze will be here to give you a report. She was the one who led the raid yesterday. Time and weather. Have a temporary operational command center. Scouts outside. He was in charge of last night's operation. This is the record of one of his rare mission failures since enlisting in battle. Come in. Commander, Dame, we're both here. Let me briefly explain what happened last night. When my squad was sweeping the battlefield, we found traces of enemy troops that could be tracked. We made a decision that this was an opportunity to sniff out the enemy's position, insisted on giving chase, and ended up being ambushed. Responsibility is mine alone, and I'm willing to accept the Army's punishment. It's not a decision an old sarcasm mercenary would make. Comparatively, all my experiences failed to let me know anything was wrong. Something has to actually happen for your experience to be worth it. We lost no team members after the crisis occurred, indicating that our command was calm as you were treated, and thus proper. You deserve recognition, no punishment. I don't understand how you reached this conclusion. Any discipline loses all meaning if it fails to recognize when to reward and when to punish. You know that spot. Why do you care so much about her reputation? I need a reason. Then Calcit. What's Rekia? She's out of danger. Well, this is an to say something. The words fail. Your heart is in turmoil. Rarely have I seen you struggle like this, even on the bell. If you can tell us what you're thinking, maybe we can. I insist that Rekia not be punished anymore, because she's an orphan. Military discipline isn't a bleeding heart of punishment. Rekia's father was a sarcasm mercenary who died in the Civil War. He's in good company in Castle. All this suffered from severe workout and was unable to raise her. While learning about this, Her Majesty Thrace has been providing financial support to their family. Nothing special about it. We don't have any better reason. Rekia only enlisted in the army to repay Her Majesty's kindness. Once told me, I am Her Majesty's only wish in the entire purpose of life. Go on, Scout, and listen. In Castle, it's rare for children to have any wishes, anything to protect. They get sucked into the maelstrom of war, and then they die. See, preserve Rekia's reputation. People wish to protect Her Majesty alone. Scout cannot answer. The battle-tested veteran falls back into silence. The doctor rises slowly, reaching out to Scout on the shoulder. Council does not expect this. Sorry if that offended. You must have had a good reason. No one will be punished. But that will have an impact on discipline, which isn't going to be fun. Scout, I hope that in the future you and your team will respond to Dalek action. Regard this command, Dame, I'll be taking my leave. I just need one thing before you go. Value your own life and reputation the same as you do your teammates. I will. Additionally, Closure may approach you to discuss the Londinium issue. He's very concerned about my position on this matter. You can share some decision-making process with her. After all, she is also a potential combat element. Of course, we can discuss other things. Whether what's on in Chief Engineer's office? Scotty! What is it this time? I'm wondering if you settled on going to London and think. We're still discussing it. This action itself is rather risky. Why are you specifically concerned about this? Why you're not in this place? I know you want to go deep down, but you gotta think about the kind of danger it begins. Waste a lot of energy getting all torn up. What's on safety is always my first priority. Afraid if one day you can just do whatever you want. You can't put it past me. I know how close you are to 3. There's no way you can stay out of the Londinium thingy. This has nothing to do with Her Majesty. I only care about the pros and cons of the action itself as on Rhodes Island. Yeah, I know. Always responsibility and duty. Take a day to treat yourself every once in a while. Give all the boring stuff to the doctor and let's knock some down. This is choice. Doesn't that sound nice? The doctor's already working very hard. This is true. I think they amnesia to give us all a new doctor, but the workaholic part is still the same. Be honest. But honest, the old doctor was such a hard ass. I like the new version better. This one's easier to bully. I heard about the treadmill you gave the doctor. I would start floating for no reason. I had to watch ads to get it back down. That was a special bullshit. I was just trying to save Dr. Money. You could be more considerate. Last thing I need is an overwhelmed doctor. Getting scared to death by levitating and exercise equipment. Yeah, sure, why so serious? What? What'd you say? Maybe it's something about how I knew the old doctor. I keep getting this uncontrolled urge to pull the most hilarious pranks. Before, the doctor's acting weirder and weirder. Not much. No more on the subject. I forbid you from mentioning a word of this to the doctor. Don't worry, not that close. By the way, Kelsey, if we're going to Londinium, I'm going to carry out a renovation on the underdevelopment area. Gotta think that how at least. Really pricey. But I, reliable engineer that I am, think the level of investment will still absolute. So on behalf of the engineering department, I'd fight for 3 days and nights to give the underdevelopment area a brand new look. No need. The underdevelopment area is the sturdiest place on the ship. Yeah, that's how you say it. Or the underdevelopment area is the joint hangar. And the hangar doesn't have any sport pillars. Once we knock out the upper part, the top of the hangar will deform, and then... So why are you doing like me, Dad? I'm scared. You just want to do your own thing. Alright, cards are on tape. I'm the chief engineer, of course. I'm curious about some places I can't get into. I have my reasons. All the secrets in your call are definitely myself. When are you gonna launch me out? You can't carry this all by yourself. Maybe that table. Look forward to it. Wait, did you say something not super upright? Typed? Sorry. Placement work on our company today. In the coming days, we'll once again need to reassess the defensive strength of the settlement site. The medical department will forward relevant data to you later. In the future, similar tasks will gradually be transferred over to lead operators so that their energy will not be diverted from more important issues. Sorry to barge in. Dr. Kelsey is about to start daily rounds. He's earlier than usual today, eh? Lunch logistics department folks as well. You should go see Dr. Kelsey about that forgetfulness of yours. Last week, the medical department came over to our work. We just touch base. Said that she was going to transfer all of us to a temporary settlement in Cork. What's the point? What are people talking about? plenty of other people talking if you're not going to remember a word of it. Don't worry, sir. After all, the arrangement is rather hastily. I'll be reminding everyone again. The Rhodes Island Lounge will be conducting a series of mock exercises around Victoria in the near future. Decided to temporarily transfer you to the medical settlement in Connor County out of consideration for your safety. Please rest assured that the medical facilities there are comprehensive, and you will be accompanied by most of the medical staff. Look, now that's art. Yeah, so how long have you been standing right next to me? Don't worry, I just got it. Alright, ask me the patient's blood work reports. You recovered quickly, and our path hasn't shown signs of deterioration. The fact I'm still here today is all thanks to you. I think back to the day I first had your cure of the attack. You didn't close your eyes day or night so you could rescue me. It's my duty as a doctor. Next, I'll have to read the relevant agreement on the transfer and resettlement, and you'll sign the agreement right after I read it. According to Article 4 of Rhodes Island Orthopathy Treatment Regulation. Easy there, Doctor. You don't have to read. Rhodes Island has my complete control choice, so just show me where it's sent. Usually, reading out the agreement means the tyrants also protect your rights. Time is short. You might have to make a man. You might not have a manpower to carry the patient. Check the Holy to see if anyone can help. Alright. Good afternoon. What brings you here? Good afternoon. Are you available right now? We don't have enough staff to relocate the patients here. You might need your help. I am. During the current physical condition, I may not engage any physical labor. My best. This commander of Rhodes Island is he's always talking about every day. So he's silly things like that. The doctor was just getting them over to Rhodes Island. Really that popular. Island transport. Just no. Don't be shy. Everyone in Rhodes Island is obliged to help in even the most complex of tasks. It hardly changes even for the person with the title of Field Commander. Saves time. Just come here and help me lift this upper body and pay attention to the medical equipment cable. Sure thing. Alright. What's this new device? Never seen it before. The crystal melting instrument. Wine Lab CR-01 experimental model with built-in iridium circuit. Let's get smaller. In the middle and late stages of orthopathy, the body becomes filled with crystals, and organs are easily damaged and ruptured. The melting instrument visualizes this sequential release of concentrated energy to dissolve the crystallization. Exactly right. Stage 2 like set. The doctor really knows everything. Let's hold on. Use your left hand to place in patient's hands together or side of your neck, then use your right hand to parallel both patient's legs. Sorry, I didn't pay very close attention to Dr. Kelsey's battlefield handling course and didn't learn a lot of that material. The course was originally structured for you to cement your knowledge with practice anyway. What did you know that, Doc? I recall you were on and hard on during that session. Came out without thinking. One last thing, Amy has been busy with various assignments of the engineering trip. Assessments of the engineering trip as of late. Please take the time to make sure you look out for it. She may be later or was on. She's also still good. Well there. Temporary operational command center. Back to the past. If you are about, we're also in work with the patient. Please take your health seriously. As soon as you stop working, take a break immediately. Also, you're still thinking too much about others. Oh, doctor, please come in. We're discussing anything confidential. I heard everything you mentioned. You really should be getting enough sleep. That was a tense meeting we had last night. I'll talk myself tired of. No, conversely, doctor, I'd like to apologize for words spoken by some of the participants. They're not intended to offend me, but they were slightly agitated. You're worried about my safety, and I understand that you must surely have considered all possible situations. This is the best solution. Aristotle wants to regain the initiative. He knows that your strengths are also your weaknesses. What he doesn't know is how much you're willing to sacrifice for sarcasm. When ask how much you arrive in town, you'll see the writing on the wall. Always so reassuring. Listening to your words is more refreshing than sleep. Priestess reflays, smashes, smile with relief. Smile with a gentle look as she lifts up the door. Come in here. Sit next to me. But until gone. There are no outsiders here, Mia. Doctor, I'll sit. Good evening. I didn't mean to stay up late this late. No one's blaming you two. I mean this. Did you have a nightmare? No, I didn't. Soldiers moving around woke me up. Looking out the window and saw Ascalon getting ready for a long trip with the other fighters. They were on a mission. Ascalon said she would never leave me with matches. I was worried, so I snuck in here to take a look. Me and my dear and Doctor gave Ascalon a little job. She'll be back soon. This won't talk this bout ever run long. Here. Said Doctor once. I feel very much better. Who's supposed to making everyone feel safe? Maybe you should rest. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. What a sweet, lovable child. Before you came, don't worry. The safety of the Lord's Island landship on Ascalon's absent. That's natural. Stretching the front line within, encircling the small town with most strategic stand, there's no telling what Theresa's true objective is. Your safety is second. It's more concerned about the safety of the children and the researchers on the ship. As Mia said, you usually do give people a sense of security. What you accomplish through your command leaves no room for doubt. Doctor, Kelsey, the day we win this war, shouldn't be far away, right? So, Risa Maguro. Yeah. Exactly what out, does it? That is well outside your normal schedule. Doctor, I'm just listening. Doctor, what does it mean to be truly alive? Where did that come? Being someone else's will, losing your reason to move on, does that count as being alive? It's a walking corpse. Keeping alive, but being separated from memories, does that count as being alive? About me. Who's one or the other? Doctor, which do you choose? Just be human, not a puppet. So casts a deeply pensive look at you. Freedom is not freedom. After you lost your memories, you woke up. You were forced to fight, and forced to witness the sacrifice of human life. And this whole time, you barely made a single choice. Look into my eyes. Tell me, Doctor, why is it that you fight? You continue to pour forth in this moment. Everything has, since your awakening in Chernobog, flashes before your eyes. Vividly, joy and sorrow intertwined. The answer becomes clearer and clearer in your mind. You almost blur it out subconsciously. Fighting against my destiny. Make sure you don't forget the answer you just gave me. Even if no one understands, we must continue to walk this path. You two will find your path. Smart. Smart, baby. Pignus? What is Pignus? Pignus? You can, Next, verify language, logic, function integrity. DS, tell me a story. Alright, it's you. This entire time, you've been lingering there. Since your last visit, it has been 155555555. This sounds familiar. 555 days. Welcome to the pyramid. Let's get on. Welcome to the Primitive Roads Island Terminal Service. Our main person missions 42. Welcome, Leader 1. I've heard this before. Seriously, I want a story, not something like this. Please, understand, it's outside my area of expertise. Okay, let's have everyone understand each other so we'll all live a better tomorrow, right? Yeah, I get it. Looks like the language logic is doing okay. Let's look at the other parts. Really necessary, keep inspecting these areas, for which BRTS has never reported any issue. Of course! It's been a very long time since we did any data archiving on you. It's just like regular physicals we do on humans. I'd make sure you're healthy and all. Programs now have a concept of life. I would think you do though. You might perhaps take that as a compliment. Of course. Let me ask a question. What exactly does a human think of visual representation of our archives? Kinda hard to describe. When I first looked for a system, so everything was a huge mess. Thinking back, it was a real disaster. Back then, most of your information was encrypted and ordered in such a scrambled way. Well, you're still that way right now, of course. Damn. If I describe you as a human to say you ran, I guess we'd say you had a combustion engine in your body. All your components, like the ignition and whatnot, in your piston are flipped upside down. To the point that I'm not sure if you're a system that exists within the bounds of common sense. And don't be like that, it's not that thing. I'm just saying how unique you are. Well, I can't make heads or tails of the branching structure in your database, let alone the rules for how things are even read in that thing. At the very least, Kelsey and I managed to fix and reorganize a decent chunk of it. Also, no one knows you better than me right now. I'm terribly sorry, I can't help you with that later. Why so polite, Ops? Anyone could just self-diagnose themselves no matter what kind of weird disease they have. Then all the doctors in the world would be out of a job. Okay, what's the stuff in here? Let's see. Everyone, this is our Alberta's rescue operation simulated test runs. There's complicated routes. Especially on these simulations. I may have gone for myself, but I can recognize more or less all the pathways we could have taken. Process 0429161 validation failed. Process 072011159 expenditure exceeded validation failed. Process 0821097 validation succeeded. Process 09081800 validation failed. Terminated at. My question is that we did run this quite a few times. But process 11290957 validation succeeded. Process 1201095. Process tally 167. Execution notes 3711. Did it seriously run that many times though? Well, that may be the case. The doctor was successfully validated and returned about in only 2 of the simulations. These are all the simulations I was able to complete with a short amount of time I had. And to put more time, I would conduct even more tests to find an even more optimal and stable rescue plan. However, the actual rescue missions and on these 2 simulations for wasn't these successful run, we never would need to figure out how to get the doc back. But naturally, I made 3 times as many sacrifices as I anticipated. It occurred during the simulations according to our procedures. This operation likely would have been called off. It's all in the past. No use talking. Now I'm going to put a time machine to get paid. It sounds like a fun idea. Let me jot it down. Anyways, we call this operation off. That also means I know I say this, but it probably sounds like I'm exaggerating. So it's not enough. Pops my head once in a while. If we call it off, what costs us our future? Leader 1. So, here is to bet on a single person. Understand what have driven you to make this decision. However, considering the odds, I cannot support an operation like this. It's considering both safety as well as that of others. BRTS, I'm sure you know this yourself. Doctor stands for a lot of things. It's understandable. I just wonder how Babel, a road silent without a doctor would have been. What do you think would have happened to us? Me and Kelsey probably would have stayed outdoors. I never would have had crossed paths with you. Don't you think we would have been in better shape? We might have also driven into a corner and taken even worse losses. Everyone would get to think that we all just split and go home. Where we're home is supposed to be. I'm sensing some kind of dry humor in your statement. It was a joke on it. I actually thought that Kelsey would have thrown me off the bridge a long time. Let's face it, but compared to now, we had a much harder time during those few years out of the dock, don't you agree? You know, that's why I wasn't Kelsey was our only boss. She'd always work my ass off all day like I was supposed to be a machine that ran 24/7 too. Never thought to give me a single break. Seriously, I thought I was probably gonna go bald working that much. Real-time logging actor. The previous statement has been committed to the database. Hey, don't record anything. You can't let Kelsey hear any of that. I'm saying that this is anything bad. We're here because we want to follow Face's dreams and ideas. This goes for everyone who knows him babble too. Ever since Teresa left us, I've spent so much time just to get used to that. Someone is probably still confused about me. It isn't often that you elaborate on how you think. I think I'm just the kind of gal who stands by watching things happen. Are you not? Your observations and computations are more objective and accurate in a sense. Maybe you're right. Here, let me tell you a story. You know what it was like coming to Casdale to look for me? I'm not sure if I've already told you about my family. My family remains. You can smell the rotten stench of the word so long, right? The family branch is sarcastic. A very ancient one at that. Ancient and old-fashioned too. For the longest time, I didn't know if I had talent for vampire puppets. Of course, it wouldn't matter if I did. I was never into stuff like that. Not even one bit. You say I'm a little... Okay, not just a little. I'm very unwrestling. She's an autistic vampire. I only want to do what I want to do. That's why I never stopped down on my little guard. My family has kicked me out a couple of times, but for some reason they never were in there. It's not like you're reminiscing about your family. Yes, I am. Back then, I was just a kid who didn't care about anything or anyone else. These days, I'm starting to miss home a little. I have a few friends. We do all kinds of stupid stuff, crazy stuff. I signature and mix and crannies, all kinds of data and information. I play around with databases of organization of people, about one thing much more. Usually just announce myself to everyone out there. Probably sounds silly, but at the time, we called him the Destroyer of Castle Information World. Of course, not a lot of people knew who I was. My character doesn't have a very positive image. I think we search through Castle Overall and hope you find any relevant entries. Thanks, but I'm good. I was living my life like that, one day. No sign that anything special was going to happen that day, either. Just something special happened, just like that. Someone opened the door to my garret. Oh yeah, maybe locked down tight, still. No clue how she got it open so easy. That was Teresa. Same as she looked on the news too. No sarcasm would ever mistake her for anyone else. There's also there are others who share the same general appearance. If someone who looked like Teresa appeared ahead of you, no, or false. I never saw her like that, you never get it wrong. One of herself showed up and waltzed into my living room. When she told me she was looking for someone to break the shackles of transition. I heard that she needed an engineer. He gave her plans. She didn't even try to explain anything to me at first. Nope. Not a word tried to convince me to go in. If I hadn't been anyone but Teresa, I would have thought they were nuts and would have thrown them right out the window. So he turned her down. Nope, I accepted her off. I said yes. He was distressing and driving me this whole time. Then I went to the meeting place we told me. So first met Dr. Singe, happened to be picking me up. I still remember when you first arrived. Unlike right now, it was just you who was there. Dr. Singe was there too. Sometimes Dr. Singe was a guardian. Being watched him to oversmith for the first time. It's pretty quiet sometimes. Makes me wonder why. I'm not sure why I prefer to keep quiet a lot of times. But the system program is a mystery. Don't worry. Let's make us figure it out. Just keep going. No longer effective charge will sound engineered. Dr. Teresa came and showed me a way. Never seen anything like it. I can ask it through any way to reinstate the firmware and restore its original functions. It was tough, but I managed to do it, of course. It wasn't until later I found out. The data by Dr. Reverse Engineered Device Mechanism. You managed to use it to turn the tide when we were stuck in a really tight spot. East gang thought there was no way we could go into it, but she managed to pull it out. It was rather adventurous. Using unauthorized equipment rashly can lead to information mismatch, or worse, lead to the user being exposed to the device's internal detection mechanism. Off to me before I even finished looking through the thing, but the doctor told me I didn't need to worry about anything. The doctor knew about everything in advance. It was probably that I probably think around. Who knows, Dr. Singe, how Dr. Singe managed. Speaking of which, this is just my own feeling, but when I met the doctor here again, it's kind of like meeting a totally different person. It's possible that there are those who look exactly the same. Come on, we're not going down hospital. Okay, if you insist. Another doctor came back to our side, same old doctor, but it's kind of like a completely different person on the inside too. How can I say this? Wait, is this a play on the GitHub logo? Maybe I'm deluded. Operation. The doctor's applications were so accurate that our jaws all dropped. We want to fight, we weren't going to win. Almost gave our friend a nickname. Super demonic processor. But then, the very next time the doctor surprised us with a whole nother strange. All other percents. We could figure it out what the other side's thinking. Perfectly, without using any formula. Surprisingly, the doctor has a broad range of different operational strategies, judging from the record side. That does appear to be the case. As a matter of fact, records show Dr. Vigilo saw us not been very consistent recently. Whatever kinds of records Dr. Singe leaves behind or doesn't, I'm gonna call it strange. I'm not gonna call it wrong. Something affecting the doctor's thinking and action. It's a real difficult question. If you ask me, I think only the doctor can influence the doctor. Keeps classy. Also really talkative relatives. Have you noticed that? I kind of think that maybe the doctor is normally so quiet, it's like laying the groundwork for some kind of pivotal moment to come. Make decisions of wild and crazy to us, beyond our expectations. Most decisions lead on down an entirely different path. Deviating from the plan also comes with risks. I hope that we're not heading down a treacherous path. P.S. Remember what I said the first thing that Teresa told me when we first met? She said she was looking for someone who could break the shackles of tradition. I think doesn't stand what she used to pick up people. What's most of us here have in common? Of course, the doctor too. Everyone follows the doctor, and they go along without hesitation. I'd like this term. It's been stored in my database for a long time. In fact, it was one of the very first starts to get added to my database. I think that mystery creator of yours liked it too. Perhaps. I'm going to give you an accurate response, as I do not know the answer. Whatever the case may be, that's how things are. Doctor treats everyone well. But I guess still don't treat everyone pretty well too. It's just nice to figure out just what this nice person is going to do and when or where the effects will actually play. If bad guys can't make sense of it, do we have any hope of figuring out what the doctor just because we're on the same side? To tell the truth, I kinda have doubts. About Dr. Singe. Oh, not at all. Wherever Cal said, I get along with Dr. Singe with him. The point is, this doctor is nothing like Dolan. If we look at the new one the same way we did Dolan, I'd say we're underestimating our new doctor. Pretty often you judge a person so seriously. Yeah, that's probably because I really admire the doctor from the bottom of my heart. It was hard on everyone when Teresa left us. We lost way many people in those 2 years. You know better than anyone else. We're driven into a corner basically. No matter which way we decided to go, we were walking a road that could snap at any time. In the end, it was me who decided we had to do something to get us out of this. Our conclusion, bring back the doctor. That's right, we have a new doctor was bringing lots of change, something that road scientists desperately needed at the time. Gamble, really. Do something. Change. It's better than watching the few friends we had left bleed all over the place for no good reason. Neo's the one to give orders back, which helped a lot of folks make up their minds and talk. But they've been wishy-washy. And proved me right. We needed a doctor. Doctor brought change to Rhodes Island. From a popularity standpoint, I would not agree with such a game. You know, PRTS, I've always thought of it as a pretty strange entity. What you think is basically on level with humans. But you're expecting something human. What would that be? persistence. The kind of thing that drives people to achieve great things and sometimes turn themselves into monsters. Yeah, wait, what am I doing? I thought I was going to tell you a story. Damn it, I was going to talk about my heroic adventures as the destroyer of Castelo Information World. But somehow I got off topic. Your conversation today has been meaningful. Although it is indeed not the destroyer of the Castelo Information World's heroic adventures. You're not trying to make fun of me right now because I admit you were terrible at telling stories, right? Damn it. Don't you keep this conversation on logs. I don't want Kelsey to find out what long conversation I had with you next time she goes looking stuff up. Hold on, you won't play this for her, right? Okay. Well, that's good enough to hear. Either one. You remember when you said a cabin to play Closure's Midnight Video Market every night at 0000? The evaluation of the doctor has been so sincere that even I, an inorganic being, was moved. We should have a loop in the doctor's office for at least a month. Stop, don't do it. Seriously, don't you dare. I started coughing up blood from embarrassment even before Kelsey got to me. Now that make me really a disgrace to the vampires. Like, what a shame. What a shame. Sheesh, your personality's really taking a turn for the worse. I'm gonna set a program that restricts your playback permissions one of these days. Speaking of permissions, right, this will do. Yep, your checkup is just about to. Well, I'm gonna get going. Oh, Dr. Singe, what are you doing down here? How long have you been there? I just got here, maybe. Feels kinda suspicious. Are you here to check the battle records from the other day? Yeah, just stand here, come on. We just finished PRTS's check. Let's have a chat with you. By God, facility checks are on the ship. Don't have much time. Well, gotta go. I'm Dr. Singe. Is there any way I can help? Is there anything I can help you with? We'd like to check the battle records. PRTS. Please, go ahead. Beta 1's evaluation is very much on point. You've gone quiet. Please feel free to ask anything you would like from North Island current operations equals to any question you have regarding our archived files. Anything ever. As long as they are filed in my database and you possess sufficient permissions. You can ask me any. Alright, well then. Tell me, who's Priestess? How come not even Calcet can tell me who this Priestess was? Let me stretch, obviously the influence section's coming up. But my ass is gonna hurt so much. Ugh. Yes. Insufficient permissions. Warning, your permissions are insufficient. At this time, no registered members possessing permissions for this question to be answered. Warning. I apologize, Dr. Singe. It appears that I too cannot answer your question. Regarding this question, perhaps you could try to look for the answer through other means. Anything else? I'm always happy to help. That's all. Activating self-verification program. Ruby module running. Vigilo module is now being shut down. Saving progress. 89, 91, 87%. Switching internal array. Expanding search special permissions held. Verified. System logic is functioning correctly. All systems operation. One special item. Video previously stored. Date unknown. Item has not been restricted by permissions. Looping video. Subject. The RTS's first functional test. File name. Ship video record 0001 alpha. 0. Sir Dr. Singe. Program will be terminated automatically in 2 seconds and locked. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Alright. Know what time it is now? Unless there's another story that I've somehow missed. Indeed. I'm as well.
Are you happy to see me, Erudite?
May I use my own office chair?
Products received. Are you happy to see me, Erudite?
May I use my own office chair?
ここは自由に使っていいんですか？訓練室はどこに？
For a place to rest my feet, it is acceptable.
Is there a soundproof room here? My fingers are itching for guitar strings so bad. This room is spacious. Look, how
Are you happy to see me,
12
Erudite?
episodes. Not this. Meow. I've seen the tier list. Oh, she was on the ship. It's fun time, isn't it? New seeds. Burden plus the saddle. Milk operation unit. Looking for previously owned. Spine massager? May need mail order. What? The list. To the list. 2 rolling quotes. Swinton's tailor shop. Dad needs its ham trimmed short. The romantic eyes crossed out. I said I forget. Some cheap candy to tide over the kids over. Ask George if he can borrow his medal. Ears. Yes, Captain. I believe it was approved. Suppose it went rather well. It's all thanks to that baby face of yours, lad. As occasion want to put up a facade of caring about his subordinates. We call it good branding. Mrs. Brass happened to be in a good mood. The mill back home stopped working for the old carpenter that broke his leg again, so my mother asked me to help out. 10 days of leave minus 8 days on the road. A day and a half is more than enough for me to deal with another rickety antique. Extra half day open, just in case my dad needs help tilling the other part of the field. Alright. Pick up another dozen water gloves. Thumbs back home are past their prime. This is shopping list. That's right, Captain. Just nothing is missing. I don't know when I'm gonna get time off again. Hopefully you've earned yourself a real medal or two by then. Of course, Oliver Victor, this guy is dead. You're the kind of ambition I want to see, lad. Once knew a bloke named Todd. He and I fought against the spire casters out of the frontier, and he earned himself a solid gold medal. What a beautiful thing that was, glittering as it hung on his chest. It shone so brightly nobody could take their eyes off. Well, the Duke Winmere personally awarded him the medal, which is the highest honor of any soldier. The celebration banquet later on, old Todd had a bitter look on his face. Can you guess why? Because he wasn't satisfied with the merits here. No, it's much worse than that. He couldn't lift his mug to take it to the field. His hands got replaced with a pair of wooden prosthetics. Average British teeth. The veteran officer grins, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Young soldier laughs dryly. He knows this is one of the officer's many poor jokes. Wind is strong on the deck. The soldier has to hold on the brim of his hat, letting out a loud yet harmless sneeze. No matter the season or weather, standing on the deck of the prancing high-speed battleship always makes one want to wrap himself in his coat. The young soldier thinks to himself, Wells is in charge today. How many cans of rations did that pudgy, bald man swipe? But the creamy vegetable chowder he makes is without eating. And if fortune is on his side, that old bastard might even throw in a healthy serving of fowl piece into the soup. He figures that he should leave after the sun sets, and he finishes dinner. The mobile fortress they're stationed in has already reached Londinium's vicinity, where the weather is clear, and they can even see the pinnacle of the shard on the horizon. After returning to the station, they board Logistics Squad's transport vehicle and head to the nearest town first, where you'd be able to have a drink or two at the tavern. In the early morning, the cobblers heading in town to sell their wares. 2 boxes of tobacco would let them hitch a ride. Isn't this the ship, like the Duke Wellington ship or whatever, or this battleship that we saw at the end of the event story I just played earlier today? Young Soldier, or is it another ship? Young Soldier recalls those barns back home, always filled with the fermented smell of composted straw. Even now, that smell occasionally wafts him in his dreams, making him want to pitch his nose. At the same time, it represents a connection with his hometown. It only occurs occasionally, and so be it. Or was his brow quietly, deciding not to continue dealing himself with these sentiments. On occasion, he doesn't want to experience a stench again. He must admit that it is always the biggest impediment every time he returns home. Well, you don't have to worry about returning home, boy. Oh, the fog's rising. I'll never get used to Londinium's bloody weather. It's much better when you're stationed at Londinium's outskirts, but at least you can enjoy a little sunshine in the afternoon. Go, tell the captain we can't see a thing in this weather. Observation outpost. Something's interfering with the radar. We should head back. It's another ship. It's definitely another ship. Castor's forces are immediately maintaining formation. God Odin moved his men further back, other than a few familiar faces in the forward team. Old Wellington's main force still hasn't shown up. Other than our dear Duke Wintnir, the remaining 7 Dukes are watching on from the sidelines. This patrol's over. Sir, that's sarcasm. None of our business. Brass always have their own agenda. But I heard at Londinium's Piers, been a soldier for a decade. For drinking and playing cards, the most important thing I picked up from being in the army is those rumors you hear, always bunkum and balderdash. Never pay any heed to them. The officers in the back have their eyes on the map and will take care of everything. Ours is but to do and die. It's their duty. Defend Victoria. Only they can decide on Victoria as boy. Our job is simply following orders. Go and head back. Our day of peace is over. I'll treat myself to a hot shower. Damn fog's making my bones ache. Maybe things have been too stressful these days. The young soldier begins to thank himself for taking some time off to unwind. Battlefield always puts people on edge, even more so when you don't know when or where war will break out, and who he can trust. He thinks to himself, it's a bit clammy. Lifts his hand to undo the first button of his shirt. Seeing how his dear officer had just declared the end of the armistice, little disregard for protocol shouldn't matter. Oh boy. Is crap weather? Is this a calamity? Are they about to get smashed? He thinks of how the fireplace back home. A few years ago, he came home wearing a brand new military outfit, unwilling to undo even a single button despite sweating profusely from the heat of the herd. For that, the young master laughed at him for quite some time. The young soldier curls the corner of his lips. Yeah, that's why I didn't bring you a sappy romance novel. Payback. Yep. Main coming output is normal, or maybe not a calamity. Confirmed target destroyed. Good. Begin preparations for the next phase. The Dukes will react soon. Your Highness. Highness. A new phase. Yes, Your Highness. I was just promoted from the mercenary unit by the General. It's greatest honor. You've always been my ocean. It's an honor to make your acquaintance as well. What is your name? My name is... I don't have a formal name, they just call me Elbow. Damn, I should have picked a name from the book. Elbow. Why that name? It's nothing. I just got burnt when I was drinking soup. I mean, it's a stupid story, hardly worth your attention, Your Highness. You must have been holding your bowl too high. No, it was Plug. That bastard ran into me. Next time I see him, I swear. Your Highness. Oh, I am sorry, General, Your Highness. You may leave. It seems just a lot of work to do. Eric is serving creamy vegetable chowder at the airship garrison tonight. Don't miss supper time. Thank you, Your Highness. 37. B. Each battle ends, the sarcasm of home to return to. The able to return to Castle soon, right? Of course. Be with them, rather than with the aristocrats of the royal court. Each and every moment, the collective souls of Sarkas forced me to my knees, immersing me in our long and painful history. But they, these newly grown children, gave me a tangible sense of the future. And what shall we do with this future? Assign it to another round of wars sweeping across the land. One scorched earth spreads as far as the eye can see. Will the new seedlings sprout as we hope? As weighty as ever, Manfred. Your Highness. In accordance with the military commission's plans, the section of Londinium has been detached. As of right now, it has arrived at a designated location, parked between the main city and the Duke's encirclement. It will become the cornerstone and launchpad of our next offensive, and this airship will temporarily dock there. The Duke of Windmere should also soon receive news that our high-speed warship, battleship, has been destroyed. Vigilo cannot ignore the threat this airship poses, which in turn will help to necklace our king's front deploy. Accordance with the region's instructions, we must take a look outside, John. Manfred turns to look out the window. He is forced with me that the carefully planned flames burning before his eyes are not as exhilarating as he had imagined. The firelight is blind. The horror is finally broken out. According to the military commission's projection, the Dukes will cautiously proceed with military operations within 16 hours. We have already made our preparations. No, the war never ended. It is not only ranks ripping through other ranks that is worth the name of war. Besides their combined occurrence, those curses whispered in the dead of night, those suppressed cries, are all war. Those compatriots who perished alone in the barrens, those ropes dragged across the ground during the black processions, those Casdale bricks and tiles sealed away in a collector's glass display case, are also all war. War has always been a part of us. We simply pushed it out for all to see once again. Even after the flames of war were ignited in Victoria, Casdale has always been a part of the battle. I've already made many plans with the general about this. No, Manfred, that's not what I was asking. I simply observed that beneath our feet, the shadow of this airship covers all indiscriminately. Put an end to it, General. If this ultimately is proven to be the only way for his sarcasm, then drown with tears and bear your suffering with suffering. This is the only way. I will carry out your will, Your Highness. You see that? No mistake about it. It's like it came straight out of storybook. Harbinger of destruction, the prophet of turmoil, nightmare given form. So, you ever see that gloom? That gloom pincer as big as a mountain, lugging along its chest of perfume. Yep, just like Red Nose Humbert talked about. Nine said before, there are no conditions to be drinking. Night is still. I don't have much time left. Leave me in my last little bit of hope. You still remember that night on the snowfield, right? Everyone was freezing to death, and Red Nose Humbert told us about a strange legend from his village. Sorry, I signed on in Victoria. Oh, really? I thought. Yeah, Red Nose Humbert died back in Ursus. He was a good guy. Took at least 4 of those patrol unit bastards with him. Damn, you wouldn't appreciate him and his stories. Gotta pour one out for him. Brunkoken, Romanich, how many times do I have to tell you? Hand over the flagon. Ma'am, I don't have much longer to live. Come on. Still got a long life ahead of you if you listen to the doctor. I hate doctors. They're all liars, all of them. I need these fluids. They let me see. One second. Mutter softly. Just sleeping again. Toss him in a blanket. Can't be too far from Londinium now. Yeah, if we're lucky, we'll be able to see the city walls and just overweight. Faster, we could fix that piece of junk car. You don't see catastrophes too often around Londinium. But given the current situation, it's virtually impossible not to bump any of the Duke's troops, and none of them are going to welcome us. Then throw the sarcasm on top. Be even more cautious during our subsequent operations. We need to find our trapped people, whether they still think there are people or not. Getting everyone back together is difficult. We can still feel the same pain and share the same sorrow. This feeling will never stop chasing us. They force us to keep moving forward. I'm not saying that's just to cope. Copium! But this is the only thing we can do with full peace of mind. Let those infected on the verge of despair know that they have comrades out there. That their lives aren't disposable. Stay where you belong. Ugh. Just getting a breath of fresh air. Fine, I have my eye on you. Flames are burning out there in the distance. They've been burning for some time now. Hopefully it's just a patch of wood struck by lightning. Our squad will cross over. Lightning, huh? So we're making a stew back at camp. Just helping out the cook. She had 2 baskets of potatoes to get through. Give it a taste, it wasn't too bad. Really not. I mean, an old friend once taught me a few things. I thought I'd forgotten it all. If you're still willing to play a part before facing justice, I won't stop. But you best remember who you are, too. I'm watching you, all of us. I know. Start packing up. It's time to go. I'll sleep. Damn it. One night. Take pity on this old man. Let me have another sip. I'm as good as dead today. Bah, did you see that? That's the sky's blood red. Red-nosed Humbert said. He said that's a good omen. A good omen, I tell you. He said that was the other shore. Victory? I don't remember. Maybe. Maybe it means tomorrow will be a good day, my friends. It's probably not going to be a good day. How much time do I have?
Are you happy to see me,
31, nice.
Erudite?
Jesus.
We'll take them out all at once.
What?
Here. Oh, come on! I already have enough work to deal with. Here.
Here I am! Out and about. Here I am! Anybody hurt? There you are! Come on, show me what you got! Meow, how to meow like this? I'm over over here! Listen to the doctor!
Mission accomplished.
Home run!
Speed ship. The Duke of Winmere was attacked by an unknown sarcasm weapon. There were no survivors. Deserved. The preliminary conclusion is that the weapon in question was indeed the structure that briefly appeared in the skies over Londinium. We started frontline evaluation from the remote observation team. The weapon's powerful mid-air suspension capabilities and the efficiency of its original parts generator deserve due caution. It is impossible to evaluate the Sark's technological base for manufacturing large-scale armed aerial vehicles given the information we have. We are in the process of gathering more intel. Until it's been proven that the Sarkas possess the technological means to mass-produce such weapons, we would recommend against categorizing this target at the highest level of threat level for the time being, as countermeasures have already been deployed. It should also be noted, no report Londinium's old logistics base district separated from the main body of Londinium City yesterday. So, the lake is now docked by itself in the city and the Londinium peripheral front by various dukes. Reason to suspect that the Sarkas are trying to convert this plate into a forward operating base, using its support their slate of large-scale military operations in the foreseeable future. Will likely be used as a temporary stop for a large-scale Sarkas weapon. Current Commander, Londinium Defense Force Lieutenant Colonel Little issued a statement claiming that Melkor was accidentally separated from Londinium's main body due to technical reasons. A large number of Londinium citizens still remain on the plate, and the defense forces are preparing to launch a rescue plan from the sewers. Their more observation team is providing solid photos taken on the scene. We're finding any large-scale operations against this plate. Intelligence personnel believe that a series of regular staffing transfers between the Duke of Winmere's mobile fortress and they misspell this, and ironclad Galvey with the last 8 hours likely related to the situation known. Several analysts have pointed to the Duke of Winmere's military claims to this plate are more radical than previously anticipated, and specific reasons behind this warrant warrant a more in-depth investigation. There are more time to be able to Duke's actions in response to Sarka's attack, and will be submitting routine analysis reports at assorted intervals. Awaiting further instructions. Looking to the reasons. Well, let's investigate. Well, greatly about her predictions, especially in the face of Victoria's coming future. So they decided to run with a bait. Flying Fortress Sun. It's really safe, as long as we're holding local rural high comfort. Things get messy. Washington doesn't have the merit to show with his high-speed warship. Range fire down on the logistics and snatch away his utility. He won't resist temptation. Burner. His troops have sped up their advance. We suspect he's already gained intel on the airship. Ancient airship is indeed beyond our calculations, and has the potential to reach future lives. But as intelligence says, we're far from the point of things spiraling out of control. According to our estimates, even if Sarkas had a secret channel for transporting supplies, they wouldn't have the time or resources to build multiple airships. Those damn devils can hardly bring out the value of this technology, but perhaps we can. That's right. Naturally, this is extremely important. Even if I don't give the word, I expect you to bring it to me. However, it is ought to be cast wider than just simply a piece of technology. What really worries me is, Sark has run amok in the charge for far too long. Those still-willed fools will eventually figure out lies beyond those buttons and levers. Look, Don't blame her. She was never ambitious enough. That was her strong suit. Wanted to keep it. Doesn't look like there was any way to make use of her stolen the sword. Rest assured, Duke's support, along with her vassals, are still resolutely at your side. Now send peace and safety, and I will deliver. But honor one's commitments. It's always been the motto of House Castle since ancient times. Ridley Asher is already being dealt with. That was our way. Again, with grace, up to the northward. Lieutenant Colonel was told that you are preparing to rescue. You won't go wrong if you trust in that college commander. You met him before. He's an interesting man. Sarcastic, but they claim to occupy London. His ally has been under controlled defense forces. And this lieutenant colonel has managed to survive in his position for 4 years without getting caught in any major trouble either. Yeah. I all know what devils are like. It's not fact alone is respectable. Maybe he's more keen on becoming a savior than you. I see what you're saying. Try people in try positions and turning valued friends into true loyal friends is harder than initially expected. Well, then knows what I want. I know what he wants. Things will naturally help each other. All while keeping an extra knife sharpened for the other. Poor thing. He's been playing with Athenians for so long. It might be a while before she remembers how Victoria works. I still don't understand why the Duke of Windward is so keenly interested in Opera's affairs. She doesn't want to airship technology. Maybe she wants to add another card to her hand. She knows she's in for a rough time soon. If opportunity comes to some, both are as equally effective at leading people into the abyss. It's what you know about the abyss. What you know about the fucking abyss. What do you know? You know nothing. And speaking as long-time nihilist, long-time nihilist Singe was speaking. My cousin of mine failed to understand this, which is why he's been dead for 26 years. King? I know he's had dreams from time to time. Can't say I relate. It was a bombastic, self-righteous boy. When we were young, I'm up and down the corridors of the palace, spouting quotes from past kings of sons and blood. You know, he's the same tribe plaid, the role model of the masses, and noblest oblige, what have you. To hear those words is guiding compass, but they probably didn't even come from the kings they were attributed. Not only did they fighting embellishments added by royal archivists, I actually believe his words and paid the price for it. Despite all that, I still sometimes miss him. During those years, he was still around. He could pretend that all was well. Now, even the dullest man must open their eyes. Open their eyes and bear witness to our ugliest covetousness and opportunism. He's broken out, as Advent has fulfilled everyone's wishes out of them. Your Grace, this is also a chance to unite Victoria. Unity. It has been trodden upon and sullied for far time, without the right to restore her glory. This word is for Victoria. Kill every Victorian. No, my child. This word is not for Victoria alone. Victoria, how are you to speak that name over country? It is for your dumbass. Something more than a rag to cover frustrating absences when people are in need of morality, and empty huts to exploit hope when the people are in need of dignity. All those farmers, laborers, soldiers, and nobles, all these despise each other and grow up at each other's throats. Why does lumping all of them together make the great Victoria? Speak of Victoria, what is it they refer to? The fields they've tilled for half a lifetime? Factories that they've gorged on their volunteers? Oceans of littered artifacts, great halls of embroidered carpets. This splotch of color with line text and an atlas, or a news headline and a set of economic figures on television set. Or is it the vast, glorious, invincible empire built upon the foundations of each man's imagination? Let us prepare ourselves. Let us wait with bated breath. Take good luck. Witness where this war will take us. Okay, sir. Let me guess. You want to be strung up on the fence too, huh? Honestly, I don't have a lot of knowledge. I suggest turn around and call back to Abel. No, please wait, good sir. It's just the others wanted me to come talk to you. It's not what I mean. We have a few privileges. It's just for mercy. When did Victorians start talking to us devils with a bunch of bleeding hearts? All we want was to know what's going on in Nurpur Borough. Nothing worth mentioning. Look, we can scrounge up some valuable jewels. Surely you've heard of Sargon's gems. I have a number of them. Get lost. I get it. You're not interested, huh? I'm looking to an old Gaulish painting. You seem to be first. Or maybe I was outlining to you. This is gonna cost me my life, isn't it? How about a synced up patron fire? That one stashed way back. Interesting. Hurricanes and angel guardians gone, huh? It's not mine. It's just for sake. We have those angels from Morhawn and Flaming Life to find them. But if you're interested, sarcasm joyfully. Listen up. My angelic choice freshly lit on Holocaust. Not this all. Sarcasm. Just want to know what's going on. It's a perfectly legitimate request. So many of us have been driven out of our homes and come to a little together. No place to live, no food, no freedom. No one wants an explanation. These houses are not good enough. Pick a door any day. Walk on one of them. Get your sorry ass inside. What do you want? A bathtub with a built-in back massage? What? You can't treat us like this. Oh, poor little Victoria. Yes, they can. What defense forces? I personally know Luto and I want to speak with them. But we haven't broken any rules. Wham. That's enough, mister. Be careful. They're armed. Look with me, what do I have to be careful for? Listen up, Sarkaz. I've lived here for 30 years. This is my city. This is my neighborhood. No. I know you've taken over those factories. I know you lusted for Lantinium's wealth. So take it. Spitting off factories won't put a dent in Victoria's glory. Wham! But I am my own man. Not even the king can take my home. Please kill this dumbass. Tell me, why didn't Norport drive out of Londinium overnight? What's the meaning of these walls outside the borough? Hey, are you trying to get yourself killed? Yes, die! Assist you into thinking you could challenge my authority. Wait, please, good sir, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Kill them all. Another dead, filthy British Oh, Victoria. What a waste. Listen up, you sorry worms. To tell the truth, I'd like nothing more than to slaughter each and every one of you right now. Seeing your faces makes me sick. But the boss says you all are still useful. Reach. So I promised him. I show a little restraint. It's the grace of authority, but know that I can take it back just as easily. Hurry, run, get away from here. Beautiful. Help! Run as fast as you can, pathetic Victorians. You've had your fun already. Now it's your turn to get a taste of the life once forced onto us. Hide in every nook and cranny. Hide beneath every shadow. Rip up your morality and swallow your dignity. This is everything we sarcasm have experienced. Now rejoice, because it's yours too. Call it equality. This is the kind of equality you've never known. Explain myself? Answer your questions? No, this is war, you dipshits. Learn it. Embrace it, just like we did for thousands of years. Where am I? Stop your blubbering already. Do you think we invited you for a picnic? You didn't guess where the people who were so willing to come on your back. You're... More filth. Call me Bear. You're hurt. You need your one stress. Follow me. There's a bullet in his head. Yeah. Victorian built. I don't want to defend
Direct
you.
memory access for application map. And enemy coordinates authorized. Please stand by.
One day I'll fund the most violent gore report of Victorians being torn to shreds you can ever imagine. I mean,
暇はありませんわよ。失敗できない。
Very well.
ドクターと私の黄昏の楽園に私は君臨し続ける。I try and keep my eyes open.
What are you planning? Fool! For what reason hast thou come?
Oh, I should try adding a jet engine next time. My idol image? Who gives a crap about that right now?
Sweet. Oh, what the- Whoops.
I'll keep watch behind. No one will give chase.
I see. Try again.
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield.
失敗できない。迷っている暇はありませんわよ。準備、ここの敵、そんなに怖くない。I try and keep my eyes open. ドクターと私、それでも慰めを求めますね。
Acknowledged.
Do we have my idol image? Who gives a crap about that right now? Whoever said a wheelchair couldn't get up onto a steel beam? 考えなければ。
Made up your mind? Thy pleas falleth upon deaf ears.
Where's their most annoying guy? I'll take him down.
Go ahead, target cripple. La sexy raggedy! Wait! The sword! Oh, whatever! Take it! Target marked. 準備、ここの敵。そんなに怖くない。この黄昏の楽園に私は君臨し続ける。
Time for me to. You're not the one I'm looking for. Move.
Initiation loading complete. 覚悟は訓練通りにやるだけ。Go ahead, target cripple.
Fool! For what reason hast thou come?
ドクター訓練通りにやるだけ。
Right. Should be a safe here. Yep. Still a mess outside. Most certainly not in Londinium anymore. I reckon we can see the situation outside the plate from the top of the old loading tower. But I can't get near it. It's outside the restricted area. I reckon even if you could spot anything, it's nothing doesn't mean a thing. Sarcasm go outside. And there are too many of them. Alright. Let's old bookstore. I was trying to talk terms with his sarcasm. How did it turn out? Dead. Take a look at yourself. There. That's about all I can do. Bandaging your wound. Thank you. Why? Just what happened? What else could happen? The sarcasm been in London for 4 years. You can't possibly still think they invited you here by that poor sod Cavendish as your guests, right? But they haven't ever what? He must be one of those noblemen who never leave their mansions and needs maids to fetch everything morning's milk. Don't you fall so low as to find yourself in noble. But a scholar I have merely run into certain troubles financially. As soon as I finish my manuscript I shall. Right, the manuscript is still my study. You really got a knack for finding some poor talented little bastards, don't you? At least have some respect. If all goes well, it's very likely I will become one of the Royal Academy of Sciences next second. Shut the fuck. Very likely, yeah. Still don't understand. The news kept saying that. All is well. No more do I notice. Friends and citizens, I sincerely regret to inform you that Londinium is now a shithole. Now? Always has been, buddy. The special instructions that they sent to newspaper offices and TV stations actually earned their keep, you know? Do you see this flag they're flying above the munitions factory in Heidelberg? If not, you've got to at least remember the fire in Oxford the other day, right? With the war, what about the defense forces, the Dukes? Aren't they defending us all around London? How can this be? The sarcasm can't possibly triumph over the Dukes, can they? The devils are a bunch of savages who cower in the wilderness, but Victoria is the greatest country across all the lands. Fuck you. Who told you that? Do you realize out of nowhere while munching on a cake at home? I didn't feel that way when Dibbles helped me up against the wall and frisked me. Alright, next academia, off you go, you don't belong. But where can I go? To hell. My flat is not in this lockdown zone. I don't have the slightest idea where my loyal servant is. I know no one here. What can you do? Medical work, sewing, repair, anything. My research is heralded. Your scholarly chaps even studied how to turn air into steaks. Well, it is by no means my area makes it a little difficult. Here, stop holding these fancy lads back, will you? He doesn't even understand sarcasm. We don't have a lot of supplies on handy. Maybe you can help Delphine manage the warehouse. Here, stop trying to pass all your problems to me. Burial, watch him die on the street. I can't. Oh, fuck you. Of course you can. I can. I'd love to watch him die on the street. It would be beautiful. I don't know. I can give him some food. My ejaculate. I can jerk it to his suffering and he can eat my jits. What? Times like this, you have to come together and unite as one. So we can all die together, filth. Even having one extra man on board is more powerless. Come together. Ugh. I wish Parliament and Dukes learned from your people. I'll follow the rear today. You're not united enough. Not very united when it came to hanging the king. That was... never mind. I just hope you're of some use, Mr. Next Academian. Should do everything in my power. Though speaking of which, don't all of you be. Who are we? Welcome to our gym. The Slobber Knocker. You can call us Glasgow. Oh. Hey, how have you been? To tell the truth, I haven't had any idea where you have been as of late. Ever since Mr. Adams, bookshop owner, died. Beautiful. I haven't been able to reach you. It's been a long time since I last continued our work. Forgive me, my dear friend. I'd never hide anything from you. but I am very truly befuddled. It's told me that peace would come again. I can't fool myself with false hope. I can't hide in my room and pretend that everything we do is still meaningful. Right. We look at things on a parsec, the dimension of history. Of course, peace will come. Eventually, it will eventually. And war will undoubtedly shatter it in an even crueler way. I once thought we could win. I still hope we will. Heidi, everything that we have done amounts to nothing but self-comfort. No, not if. It might already be the truth. These books, these desks, and this school may have come crumbling down at any moment. Or are they meant to stand up against the force of a new era? Heidi, I can't. I can't keep going anymore. What should I do? Kill yourself. Lady Golding, are you? By the way, I know that's what she does. I've been spoiled. I know that she does kill herself, which makes it funnier. Lady Golding, are you alright? Molly, you're back. You're writing a letter. This is nothing. I just remembered a few novels I read before. I think it's your always tired, so I'll always heading to the front lines wearing uniform befitting them. Like in the mountains. Monsters never tell us which battlefield they head to, and how the trenches smell. Those who are enamored of the protagonists, both women and men, taste fine desserts with anxious hearts. Of course, we all know that these are just literary techniques. The stories always end happy. Authors with a little bit of ambitions might try to build, when critics call, a profound atmosphere. Stories are turned with preventable deaths, and they are always the protagonist's comrade and dearest friend dying in the trenches to shield the hero. In the end, wretched enemy find themselves defeated by the hero's sword, thus restoring justice and morality. And at his fallen strength's funeral, where a solemn crowd gathers to remember his heroics, his petals symbolizing honor are scattered off the casket. This is the most emotional part. The protagonist clenches his fist, wipes his tears, and looks towards the morning sun with resolve. Without fail, they always say that hope will come and sacrifices will be meaningful. Lol. And there, that's when the author stops. Let the reader imagine for themselves what a truly beautiful future. Let them bask in the stately feeling in the end. I'm surprised to read those kinds of novels. Years ago, everyone was that age once. I used to be obsessed with these books. When I was a young girl, I was very attached to the protagonist, actually. I was indeed obsessed with— oh, I know! I should commission art. I mean, there's probably already art of it in the game. If there's an art of her actually doing the deed, I can commission art of her committing suicide. Sometimes, I imagine myself one of those heroes who sacrifice themselves for their cause, and masses would sing my praises for the era. I hope to create, at very least, my sacrifice. Bleh. Ah, how childish. Later on, I thought I'd be clear-headed enough to see past the sugar-coated fantasies. But then I started to notice there might be nothing inherently different between who I am now and who I was back then. Don't say that. You told the children yourself. Death is the solemn thought. Ah, did I? I don't remember. Perhaps I was just lectures I've gone so used to giving. How is procurement today? Not too bad. The situation on the streets isn't very serious. The prices at the shops haven't gone up. There are more city defense soldiers than usual, and the sarcastic soldiers, they're not as secretive as they used to be. But everyone is pretending as if nothing has happened, except what used to be Northport. There's nothing left except the support structures extending from the surrounding districts. What about those places? I need to apologize to you again. I should never have dragged you into this. It's just Leto has his eyes on me. Every time I step out the door, I find myself followed by several ill-meaning men. I have no choice but to make a gamble that you are not on their watch list yet. She is the watch list! No, I'm glad to do my part for Lentini. It's just that the places you told me about were all pretty quiet. I used the passwords, but no one answered. Maybe they've already given up, or she killed them herself. No, they're all stronger than that. No, I am much stronger. I found a letter. It should be for you, so I didn't open. This isn't their handwriting. The letter has practically all the information of the Self-Salvation Corps in communication. What? How could that? This is a threat. They know this like the back of their hand. What should we do, Lady Golding? Molly, I have another list of places for you. I've never been to these bases myself, but having analyzed it full of information, they should be there. I can't take this risk. This goes against our established practices, but this information is important to Self-Salvation Corps, right? Many lives are on the line. Kill them all, fake Maul, and kill them all. Then we must do this. Just as I taught you, that's all for anyone who could be tailing you. Whether sarcasm or not, don't let your guard down. We're a girl called Vigilo. There, anyone who can get in contact with her. Tell them the entire intelligence network has been exposed. They must evacuate immediately. Lady Golding, where are you going? To Lito's office. I'll try to buy as much time as I can for the rest of you. But, relax, I'll be fine. I still am stronger than I think. Spoiler, she was not stronger than she thought. Doctor, I had a dream. I also had a dream that all Victorians were dead. The end. I saw a shitty shower in dark clouds, and blood-stained Sarkis flags flew above every building. Beautiful. Outside the city, Virgin grew everywhere my eyes could see. Beautiful. I saw a rusted throne towering above the lands. The masses kneeled before it, crying tears stained in black. A person on the throne waved arm, and the shouts that followed pierced the sky. In the shadow of the throne, a towering man lifted their heels, their heads ever so slightly. I felt what they felt. I don't know how to describe it. It was all over the place, so stifling. I only make out what was on the surface, that pain and hatred. Who was down on the throne? Is it the future that the collective souls of Sarkis foresaw, or is this the duty of the Sarkis King? The three have this dream. Could this be the sight she is looking forward to now? No, it can't be. Doctor, this dream, it doesn't mean anything, right? You're exhausted. Thank you, Doctor. Right, it was just a dream. Mia, Doctor. Is Dr. Calcit better? Hard to say. Her body was filled with starward, and her wounds are deep. Shining has attempted several solutions. All of them were limited in their effectiveness. She has yet to awaken. The monster seems to be slowly repairing itself. Likewise, we do not have any idea how well it will recover, whether it can actually even recover. Doctor, at Defense Forces Command Tower, if only everyone did their best. Dr. Calcit. I never once imagined that Dr. Calcit would one day be wounded this badly. She always solved all our problems like they were nothing. She gave us the best advice for every solution. She's Dr. Calcit. I've never seen her look that tired. But now, Doctor, takes Mia's hand. No, I will bear the responsibilities I'm going to bear. What's on mission here is far from over. But I want to see Dr. Calcit one more time. May I? Mia was just staying by her bed for a short while. Rather than staying with the wounded, you have more important work to do. Pleasure wants you to know that she has finished analyzing the data from the command tower. Vigilo is calling a meeting. We need to evaluate the situation in London. War has broken out. Please tell us what our steps should be.
Mission accomplished. There is one more thing though. Logistics gave me far too much tea and cake. Would everyone like to help me lighten the load?
Take a short break. Be back. this will be the last section of the stream. I'm just gonna do one more chapter. One more and I'm gonna stop because I'm about to lose it. Yeah. Now, shit in now. You'll ask me. Take it and snap. Like, yeah, doctor, you're here. Die. Came to see. The morale here is rather low right now. Deserved. It's a mess. Please pay it no mind. Ever since Allerdale left, our logistics have been in shambles. Beautiful. Given the problems we faced, this is the best solution we have. We lose many men in our last battle. We lost many men in our last battle, sorry. We once thought that these sacrifices would not be in vain, and that as long as we stopped the Sarkaz projects, everything would still be salvaged. Regrettably, they acted much faster than we anticipated. Sarkaz, not only did they have the shard, they also built the airship. That's what you get for being racists. The report has been distributed to everyone. The airship attacked Duke of Windmere's army out in the open. The illusion of peace has been shattered. As for the shard, Sarkaz willingly started this war. In their control of the shard, they must have proceeded much further along than we expected. I'm too afraid to make this camp. Allerdale once told me the legend of the sword. She said the size of king, capable of rendering catastrophe asunder, is victor as strong as shield, which the country can defend against the storm's bolt sword. She must have also told you that the stone of the sword beneath the palace exists precisely because there are few who can activate this power. Siege, do you really feel nothing from this sword? Maybe, I don't know, like the sense of being summoned, perhaps low-key. Being in suddenly use some wicked origin marks. Just might be able to. Nope, nothing. The sword is cold and hard, a little lighter to swing than a hammer, and not very easy to control your strength. Anything else? Any part of you feels a little bit off. Wish I would just polish before it sees the battlefield again. It's a little rusted. So you can't count on a sword to do much good in helping us fend off threats from the shard for the time being. Right, Doctor, over silent. It's better for the sword to be under our control than any other faction. At the very least, we'll be able to prevent it from becoming an accomplice. This war is important enough. Important enough. This is important enough. Allerdale, if only I. Please don't get discouraged, Siege. Maybe you just haven't gotten the hang of it, or it's not time yet. Hello, beautiful. Just about done analyzing that supply line, Doctor. Practically guaranteed that the starting point is rural Brentwood, but it's got a lot of endpoints. Aside from the munitions factory in Highbury, it's very likely to have a route that slightly extends underneath the shard. Ugh, we found out way too late. Only found out in a month, no, 10 days sooner, things would probably have turned out the way they have. That said, the intel from the supply route is still very meaningful, Doctor. This route is capable of transport of heavy supplies and leads straight to the bottom of the shard. Opportunity for counteroffensive. That's right. With war having broken out, there may be a lot of guards around Therasis. Each Duke of the Royal Court has to command their subordinates to fend off the Duke. Luch's joining the fray would be a problem, but from what I know about them, they wouldn't truly pick a side. Besides, I'm sure Dame Calcet talked to their messenger before. I just hope they opted to follow her advice. Now we'd best... Binna, you ought to at least bring up what happened in Norport. It's our turf that those Sarkaz arseholes gutted out. Garrett is still there. Bloody bastards. Instead of a counteroffensive on the supply line, we should be helping them. Calm down. We must think about the whole situation. You little twat, you think being a knight gives you the right to teach me to look at the big picture? I don't give a shit about wiping some old Sarkaz monsters. My friends are in danger. My home is in danger. And you want me to bloody stand aside and do nothing? Please go get yourselves killed. No, I know you're restless, but we must consider all possibilities. I do not recommend splitting up, until we are certain the ones who attempted to take the Realm Blade have given up. You'd best just cower underground like cowards. Give me a break. We can take care of these sneaky bastards. What we have to do now is... Enough intro. When the operation targeting Theresis commence? Not very soon. We need time to reserve a supply line specific situation. Shard's internal structure needs to be investigated too. Theresis is too powerful. Letting your guards down would only spell our doom. How long will it take more specifically? Less than half a month. I have to put a stop to all this before he truly activates the shard. That's good enough. Dr. Singe, I am requesting a temporary leave before this operation. Please rest assured I will be back before the operation is to commence. Since it's not going to Northport, I also know friends who already live this year. Can't just do nothing over and over again. Making this request on my personal feelings as I want to try to hide this. But at the same time, I think this is an opportunity. Before a normal operation officially begins, we can first remove certain hidden threats. For example, those who heard Aladale and those who want the size of the game. Without a doubt, that's without a doubt to do. No matter what position he is planning to take, I think I should have a conversation with him. Well, it turns out it's a her. Ascalon said this already. The time is not on our side. I understand. I will handle this properly. Doctor, what do you think? You should all die. There are still things worthy of our attention on that level. Right, Sarkaz airship is very likely docked in orbit. This also implies Teresa might be there. In this war, I'll have to face her sooner or later. There's another thing. Logos mentioned to me. Emergency. Shun. Emergency. Sarkaz ambushed. Camden Borough Safe House. B. Their forces. Ugh. Camden, what's going on? Alert, the safe house watcher being ambushed. Feist, the safe house in Highbury is under attack. What's the situation over there? Mounting a counter. Evacuate underground. Situation's dire. It's like this Sarkaz how. It's not a simple annihilation. They're planning to. Must. Granny, do you hear me? Trant, transmission's cut off. What's going on? We have 3 safe houses under attack by a Sarkaz. Your communications have been cut off. We must back up and meet. No, it's not just 3 safe houses. Our communications have been cut off. Get down, Doctor. Beautiful. Yes, Burma. Luvicia, what's going on? How can this be? This place is top secret within the Self-Salvation Corps. Locals mentioned to me it's possible the Sarkaz have infiltrated our intelligence network. Based on the situation we find ourselves in, I can only assume that the failure of our confidentiality far exceeds what we anticipate. It's very likely that all Self-Salvation Corps bases are under attack. We must evacuate. Here we go, though. The Sarkaz assault is fierce. They've had their eyes on this place for a long time. The routes to the surface have already fallen. Mid-level buffer zone has been breached too. The enemy is using a new Sarkaz witchcraft device. With their numbers and strength, our defense forces and Salvation Corps friends won't be able to withstand this assault. Truth be told, we have no chance of winning. Robin, who's in charge of organizing defenses, won't last very long. How much time can you buy us? 15 minutes. No, half an hour. That's all the time we have. Exactly. Where are we supposed to run? There isn't anywhere safe for Salvation Corps to go in London. The equipment factory's 3rd warehouse. The car park at the Four Seasons department store. What department store? Maybe a Viscount Buyer's mansion. No, they're all too risky. There has to be somewhere else. You have to leave the city. If it's dangerous everywhere in Londinium, we can evacuate the city for a time being. Evacuate Londinium, but... Wait, Sarkaz supply line. We can use the Sarkaz supply line in Highbury and get the hell out of Londinium. We've got too many wounded men and non-combatants. Taking underground route will help us avoid most of the fight. We'll all work in Londinium. The onslaught we're facing tells us that they simply thought they had no need to wipe us out before. Now the war has broken out, the military commission has started to truly see the Self-Salvation Corps as a threat. We have no time to hesitate. I need to head out immediately to back Robin up. We will try to draw the Sarkaz main force's attention the best we can to cover our evacuation. Very well. Mia, Doctor, Self-Salvation Corps will need your assistance in this evacuation. We'll never abandon our allies. Ascalon round to breakout. Understood. Logos, I'm here. Help Warren and her team buy us time. Rest assured, Doctor. I will guarantee your safety. Before we finalize plans to relocate and secure our communications, the report picked up the perfect time for us to enact this annihilation plan. Seems he knows better than we ever imagined. There's this con sharp. All I can do is simply pretending. If it's certain that this place will fall, I guess it won't matter if we go all out. We will be back. Build this place. Next, you need to find the entrance to the Hyper Supplier. This is where you come. Understood. Everyone come with me. Take all wounded non-command squad. You shine it to take care of Kelsey. What? Dr. Singe, what kind of sexual pieces? I'm supposed to be a non-combatant, and so are you. You bet your ass I can beat the crap out of you. It's you who should be evacuating the rest of me. Me and Asphalt will make sure I will be safe. I won't let you get hurt. We got 3 teams. Warren, Misery, and Lois will lead the permanent operation to resist the Sarkaz assault. Doctor, you go with me and Caesar's gang to hold the other Sarkaz pursuers. Shiny and I will follow the rest of Southside Unicorp and evacuate this place without making any noise. We're gonna meet up in the end. Small town outside Lundidian, Brentwood. Alright, objective confirmed. We're now in war. You won't spare any one of us. But we also mustn't lose hope. Smile through the tears, Emilia. Smile through the tears.
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield.
Doing over.
Very well.
ドクターとは人形がかりそめの命を宿す。やるしかない。
Do actually enemy spawns are here, or is it just these ones?
What are you planning? Fool! For what?
訓練通りにやるだけ。
Where's their most annoying guy? I'll take him down. Don't panic. Decided what to carve on your graves yet?
If I make it back in one piece. Target marked. 覚悟は何も考えなければ。
ドクターとは黄昏の楽園に私は君臨し続ける。
Whoever said a wheelchair couldn't get up onto a steel beam.
Do we have... I get in! Wait! The sword! Whatever! Take this!
覚悟は訓練通りにやるだけ。
You can do it!
Time for me to... Not scared. You've got guts, but that might be all you've got.
Mission accomplished.
You're golden. You know it's better than I ever imagined. What do you mean? London himself salvation for. Where did you get this information from? The map. Proceed. Lady Golding, please, there's no reason for you to feel anxious. What is not between you and I? Mr. Lieutenant Colonel. You know where you came from. You want to buy time. President, have not to discuss terms. You think you can still help your friends? Oh, regrettable. I thought you would relax. I had a conversation not too long ago. You said you did not want to see Londinium become less Lagonians. Let's look around us. Take a look at the deep abyss that Londinium is plunging into. The choice you made for yourself that you spoke about. Holding. Didn't you rebuke me on that? Plunging toward the abyss. Where has begun? Where is Torpar Gaul, our homeland? What will we tear apart this time? Maybe it will be disheartening. Maybe it will be victorious. No disastrous that would be. Hundreds of thousands, millions of people beautiful. Bleed, die, and be buried by this era. You're not better than anyone. It was correct. I knew this very well. I must also admit, I opened my eyes. It made me reflect on my decision. If I had to question my conscience, I would not have cared nearly as much. Let us cast aside those hypocritical high hopes of mankind or civilization holding. When we were young, we talked freely of those subjects. With nothing but admiration in our hearts, sung praises of outstanding men and women in history. As the world thinks, our intelligence and bravery sets us apart from the beasts, and wild beasts embrace these lands with a radiant miracle. If we simply lifted our heads from the books and compare, we would realize how close their things are to the reality before us. The same downfalls, the same rawness, the same self-destructions. What if all those things we sing the praises of are nothing but temporary illusions? Myth believing that they are eternal makes us naive. Destruction was our true nature. I'm so pessimistic before Leto. Pessimistic. Holding. You're kind with your choice of words. You describe my crazy musings as just pessimistic. I thought I warranted harsher criticism. It seems you are not as resolute as I thought you. I am simply exhausted. I merely started to try facing reality. It is very painful. I have no other choice. As for the conversation we had the other day, however a new answer. I did not choose any missions for myself, Lady Gold. I only wanted to survive the ceaseless destruction. It is pitiful and weak, insignificant and inadequate. This is the answer I have done, and that is the only one I have left to offer. What else can I do? You're a soldier, you should have followed orders. Whose orders should I have followed? The king is dead, the Sark has run parliament. Each duke has their own master plan. You could have become a hero. What cost? What if the price is not one I can afford? When you walked in the room, did you see the eyes of the guard standing by the door? The officers under me, my comrades, and those bewildered young men. Jill has 5 children. Assassin's mother has been paralyzed for 3 years, and Totten's brother has orphaned. The vampires will suck their blood dry. Down will not prevent anything. At the very least, nothing has happened yet, as of today. Holding, it's my hope that you survive at this as well, speaking personally. Fundamentally, you and I might be of a kind. It's only that I have chosen to give up, while you are still standing firm. You and I are nothing alike. You asked me where I obtained information on the Londinium Self-Salvation Corps. Very well, you should answer. You cowardly teacher. What are you saying? Look at yourself, Holding. The blunders and the tracks you left behind are owed to your cowardice and fear. Sentiment, kinds, have never been good at. I've never been good for intelligence. You know that from the start. No, it can't be. There's been a lot of chatter on my communications here. Sarcasm ambushed. The Camden Borough Safe House. We, the forces. Alert. The safe house at Dr. Hearing. Hello? Can you hear me? This is the Borough Safe House. We're under. No! Holding. They're dying because of you. Beautiful. Push them into the fire. Destroy her. Mind break. Oh, yes, I'm so rock hard. This is what your fight brings. And for that, I can only mourn. If Plateau would also be mind broken, that would be even more believable. There's too many men. They're well equipped, and they're looking far too well with each other. Mercenaries are incapable of this. These are military elites. Each and every one of them is a bloodthirsty machine who dug his way out of 1,000 battles. Out of the way, you lot. Indra, watch your back. I'm going to work. We're on the back foot right now. Position of their commander. Mia, maintain formation. Don't stop. I got it. Damn, there's more of them down this alley. Stay close, Doctor. We'll cut our way through. Go forward these 300 meters and make the first left. Huh? Who's that? Yeah, there are more ambushers on the roof. Doctor, did you hear that? That voice. Watch out for their odds. Cut through this danger zone. Hold on tight, Doctor. Left. Give it a shot. Being ordered around. Fine. "50 meters into your right. There's a wall there. No. Some kind of illusion, perhaps. Charge through. Walk. Ugh. There's not one I hate more than a sneaky bastard like you. Show yourself. The assassin of yours has already taken down the commander of your pursuers. You're safe for the time being. I said show yourself. My name is Ascalon. Is it impressive? Doctor, behind me. Where are you? Please, there is no need to fret, dear Lord Sounder. A few of my colleagues just touched base with Alexandria not too long ago. Alas, it did not go too well. You are the man behind all ordeal. Show yourself. I won't say it again. Please lower your hammer, Your Highness. I'm really wasting your strength. As heir to the throne, from a certain viewpoint at least, you should have a bit more patience. You said so yourself not too long ago. But we should have a conversation. Make the self-salvation corpse tapped. The evacuation plan will be successful. Do note that this is the promise, not sarcasm. I have no idea what that is. Sincerest pleasure to meet all you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope there remains room for our objectives to coexist. Ew, filth. Nash and Tribby. In perspective, Lady Isabel Montague. Expected no less from a silent to quarter magister. Indeed, we often refer to as Tribby Ashers. Should you have the chance, please send your mother my regards. Please, there's no need for alarm, Lady Montague. I harbor no ill will against you and your friends at the moment. Start skimming out over there just for goodwill too. I'm not fond of having conversations next to power explosives. It's merely a precaution. Well then, here's a precaution too. Lower your weapon, Miss Haskell. This is not worth it. Lord Silent Pharmaceuticals made a series of passes. Being called for requests for so-called industrial waste recycling and processing purposes currently hiding within the territory of Dukawi. Odd order. Currently 631 kilometers away from London. And what if we are? Miss Mia, I surmise your recycling work is proceeding at pace. You know Rhode Island well. We do merely what must be done. You have been very careful. You chartered your force and built a well-hidden supply network around your ship. You wish to avoid Victoria's attention. You almost fooled us. So whether your intentions are good or otherwise, one should agree that discretion is the worst quality there is to a ruler. Thank you, sir, Mr. Trilby Asher. If at all possible, I would say I serve it all bullshit. Last retaliate is only a small part of it. A small part is more than enough to keep me well occupied. These were born in dukes. Wellington saw us as a threat. Rhode Island would already have Duke of Winmer's control as it reached the Duke of Codron's territory, not by a long shot. What I know, Duke of Normandy is more interested in business. Most of the dukes are fencers. They work for Castor. Doctor, The commander wrote that there exists very little information on it. We're under the impression that this is still active importance. We'll reevaluate our internal affairs. This Rhode Island work to that part of Victoria speaking. I actually don't have much interest in the so-called pharmaceutical company that deals with in waste recycling. But your operator has a very unique background. Moreover, she possesses something important. You failed once, but you still haven't given up. This is my job, you hands. Let us not make things harder for each other. Your sword is nothing more than a heavy rod of iron in your hands. What do you intend to do to it? Can you really cut through a catastrophe that looms above us? It's a mere tale. You cannot wield it for its true potential. Let's do a caster intend to do it then. Fulfill a promise. A promise? To bring our followers peace and safety. We do indeed have certain technologies that can immediately put this blade to good use, just as society gains once sheltered London. We do wish for this blade to be a turning point for union. In that case, those who aren't on your side will deservedly be swallowed by the catastrophe. I will become that turning point. I'll make my move in 2 seconds, so we must escape the situation. Our operators on the landship are more than capable of taking care of the crisis that is going to unfold, so we have to take this risk. 3, 2, other boot, 1. You seem pretty tense. Perhaps I came at a bad time. Right on time. Venus. Mr. Trilby Asher, you have to admit you came well prepared. 13 small communication stations, with 4 of them triggered things. They were set up automatically, sent out orders. We didn't receive your message after 10 minutes. I didn't want to venture a guess as to what orders they were meant to send out, so I took the liberty of questioning them. I hope you don't mind. Supporters were very strong, even after they heard a door jam. That said, I believe aside from the sarcasm report, there are certain elders hiding in the state who would very well be interested in learning their existence. Tell me, where do you suppose I should take them? Venus, former sarcasm merchant, it's not surprising that you're still on. The return at some time now, that someone was behind all the little tricks around London. You've done very well. A sizable number of sarcasm mercenaries inclined to leave the military commission's control. We both know that does not come without a cost to don't we? Your business partner, you've been in some fairly dire straits. What the fuck? Jeez. I am staring very disrespectfully. What the fuck? This is one of the I can't why do people keep finding me because the crap on my cheeks, or like what is this? Before it does not correspond. We should be a little more blunt with each other. More tricks up your sleeve. Do you know we still have some trump cards in our hand? Let's stop probing each other. Your shadow tells me you are wavering. Very well, let's make a deal. I have a tricky mission. As you can see, I'm not much for fighting an adventure. So you'll want someone to die in your stead. I have faith in your ability. Certainly. You've already seen the airship that is currently parked and now isolated in North Pole Borough. Make your way there and get your hands on schematics. What's in it for me? You have to live, for now. You, your friends, your allies, your wound, and your landship all get to remain alive for a time being. This is no trouble at all to Victoria. As for the rest of you, deal.
I've learned a lot from your commands, Doctor.
We are
Maybe I'll
done
get to
for
use them in the
tonight.
future too.
But it's way too late. Till tomorrow. Come back and get me tomorrow. Till then. Live long and prosper. Bye.